Hey friends, welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Slant Golf technically this evening, but here we are. And we do appreciate you joining us for another one of our little trips here. We're in the JustFlight BAe-146. We're going to bring it back to 1990 for tonight. We're going to do a USAir double hopper here in the JustFlight BAe-146 200 series. Boston Virtual ARTCC is hosting what they call a regional circuit between Syracuse and Boston Logan, so that's going to be our hop number one, starting here in Syracuse, New York. And then we're going to head from Boston down to Washington, D.C. We got some of my colleagues on now for their unofficial weekly event, unpublished unofficial weekly event that they call Washington Wednesday, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that they'll still be on by time we get down there. But anyway, VATUSA.net if you want to ever see what's on the slate for VATUSA events. The one that we were participating in tonight just happened to flash by there. It's normally the first one that comes up when you load up this page is the one that's happening most soonest. That's a nice way to say that. Anyway, so under Pilot Tools, Events Calendar, and then you can go to specifically to any event on any day that you see. Of course, you can skip forward or back in the months, but tonight's July the 8th, and so Boston and Syracuse starting now and running until 10 p.m. And then, like I said, we'll keep our fingers crossed. We're going to be wrapping up closer to 11, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that we still have ATC coverage down at our home ARTCC facility in Washington, D.C. So we're all pretty well lit up within Boston. Syracuse approach, Albany approach, the Y90, which is Bradley approach, used to be called Yankee, and then A90, which is Boston. Also absorbed what used to be called Cape approach. We got New York approach there, pieces of it. New York Center on, and then of course down here Washington and Potomac consolidated approach on as well. So good amount of ATC coverage in the northeastern U.S. Looks like Montreal is in on the action as well. And we got some ATC coverage further south and further west as well. So lots of places to fly, and even over here Denver, Salt Lake, and Los Angeles, and Western Canada's got some ATC coverage as well. So lots of places to fly if you're looking to get on VATSIM and have air traffic control services tonight. So here's leg number one. It's just radar vectors to LAMs. I can't remember even if they have a generic radar vector departure. I think they do. Yeah, the Syracuse 2, so we'll assume when we get our voice clearance it will include that Syracuse 2 departure. Simply runway heading. It's not always runway heading. It could be some different heading. But in this case, it's runway heading up to 4,000, and then expect vectors to your first fix, so you don't turn to that first fix until you receive those radar vectors from ATC. That's the key thing here. But 4,000 is going to be our initial level off altitude unless they assign us something else. So we can go ahead and put that in our planning page to expect that. 4,000, expect file cruise in 10. Don't yet know the departure frequency because there's 3 of them on, and I don't know which one they are planning on using. And we did get the auto ATC message with just the squawk code earlier, so I do already have that. But now all this ATC has since logged on after I connected. We can check the ATIS information and see at least which runway we should expect. 2992 is a standard altimeter setting that's easy enough. Landing and departing 28. And some taxiways are closed. We'll need, when we get our taxi instruction, we'll just listen to what the ground controller tells us in terms of taxiing, but would be good to kind of peek at the chart and see which of these taxiways are indeed closed. But runway 28 is what we're going to expect to taxi out to and go, and so we'll fill that in as well, and that'll help us get routes and stuff punched into the flight management computer, although it doesn't really matter in this case since it is simply radar vectors until turned by ATC. Okay, so here we go. A couple of things. Oh, I do want to wind the time back a little bit. We do want to have live weather on, but I do want to wind the time back a little bit. So we want to land around 7. So we want to make it about 3 o'clock now. So there we go. That's good enough. We got this weird thing where the zero fuel weight is flashing at us. I don't know why that is. When we boot up a new livery, sometimes it does that. So I don't know. We may have to deal with some warnings. Two things have also changed. Number one, if you were with me on Monday, you might remember that my flap switch on my Honeycomb Bravo broke. So I'm gonna. This is my first stream where I'm gonna try a different means of ordering up these flaps. I've got it assigned to the magneto switch on the Alpha, so we'll see whether that works or whether I might have to do some tweaking to controls before we get going. And then secondly, I'm going to try using the ground power units instead of relying solely on the APU while we're parked, because then our tanks get out of balance and I have to rebalance them, and I'm going to try and use ground power as part of our flow list, but I don't know if I've got the flow list modified to have all those steps correctly, so I may be tweaking the flow list off stream as we go as well. So, yeah, just a couple little minor program notes for you there. Let's go ahead and get underway. We got Kitty Monster stopping in. We got Liquid Dinosaur here as well. Anybody else that's lurking along, please feel free to pile in and start taking seats. All right, so over to the GPU we'll go first. I'm sorry, over to the tablet we'll go first. We got the wheel trucks already set. Let's go ahead and connect ground power. Passenger, cargo, and cargo doors open. Then let's turn on the two battery switches. We'll come up top. Oh, nav lights can come on as well. That's up here, but it's on the yoke in terms of turning it on. Logo lights, no smoking lights, cabin emergency. No smoking can go on. Cabin emergency lights can go armed. The 5 avionics masters can go on. Brake fans to auto, anti-skid on, lift spoiler systems on. We go down to the low side of the panel. The AC. Okay, so yeah, these switches booted up on. What else? We got to check and just make sure all that stuff is off. The external AC should be on because we're going to use that. AC and DC. Bus ties. Standby inverter and generator on. Okay, external power on. I'm going to switch the order there. I'm going to do the external power first, like I just did it. It just makes sense to have it all left to right. Bus ties, standby critics, so basically we'll go left to right, on. Then center tank transfer to auto. Now, I'm not sure. I mean, we'll go ahead and turn. Yeah, so we can't really turn the pack on. So I'm just going to just stick that out here. Can't really turn the pack on until we've got the APU on to power it. I don't really know if we've got ground AC services on or not. It's not really specified. But in the meantime, center tank transfer can go to auto, which I think I've already done. And flight deck emergency lights go to armed as well. Alright, so then we'll go down here. Nothing's going to change, I don't think, for that for now. Master warning switch on or out. Nav radios on. DME1 on. Oops. Okay, yeah, there we go. So nav radios on. Down here, it's just 2 comm radios, 2 ADFs, and then the 2 data entry units. And then down at the bottom, it's just the yaw damper and the brake temp monitor. So nothing's really changed there. Alright, still got to figure out when we're turning pack 1 on. Guess we'll put it down here. Just after the APU air switch. That'll make sense. Okay, so we'll save that. Alright, let's go ahead and set our payload and fuel. Payload is going to be, I like to just have it, yeah, and this is one of those weird glitches where we don't get the keyboard because the thing didn't boot up properly. So 80 passengers is fine. Cargo 2,400 apiece. Or as close as we can get to it. 2445 and 2413. Okay, that's close enough. So let's do fueling first. We want 7,300 per wing. And again, we'll just use the plus to get it close enough. 7513. 7105. So I want 7,300. We got 75 and 71. So we're pretty close. We can rebalance it when we get airborne if we have to. Let's do an instant refueling. And then let's just do a 10-minute boarding. Okay. We got the ATIS information. It is information whiskey, and the altimeter was 2 we said. So we can go up to the front and get that set ×3. 2992. The standby is down here, and then first officer side over here. Sant Owns says it's my first time seeing the plane. All right, very cool. Well, hopefully I do it right for you here. Like I said, it's the first time that I'm incorporating ground power service in, so instead of switching the APU on right away. So my flow list is going to be a little bit funky as I kind of fumble through that. We already figured out that we can't turn the pack on until after the APU comes up. So I'm assuming we're getting ground power and ground AC with that connected, but I don't really know. Alright, altimeter set, field elevation 421 feet, and yeah, I would say that's cross-checked. Let us go ahead and set our comm radios. I'm going to start with the clearance delivery frequency on the far right, so 2505. Iowa Scotsman is here. Okay, so 2505, and that's going to be where we start. We'll go ahead and start by talking on comm 2. Yeah, very good.
American 5418 on Echo, holding short of Tango, going to Concord.
And then ground's going to be on 217.
And American 5418, Syracuse clearance. We got an aircraft pushing directly in front of gate 12. We can get you into a different gate.
The tower frequency is going to be 20.3, 20.3. And then we don't yet know the departure frequency. We got 3 different approach frequencies to choose from.
Affirmative, already American.
I don't know which one is the departure frequency typically, but we'll get that as part of our clearance here in just a moment.
Roger, we'll take gate 9, so continue straight ahead to gate 9.
Okay, alright, so are we ready? We've got our comm radio set. Let's go ahead and grab our clearance. We know it's going to be Syracuse to radar vectors to lands, we expect.
Syracuse clearance, thanks for whiskey. You cleared the Boston Airport via Syracuse to departure, radar vectors lands, then it's followed.
Okay, same thing that they just got.
Expect flight level 29010 minutes after.
Same thing they just got.
126.12, squawk 5567.
126.12 is what they just got. Guess what? I bet you that's what we're also going to get. Especially since they're on the same exact route that we are. Okay, alright, so let's go ahead and see if we can get on to the frequency and grab that.
Delta 691, let's give you initial altitude 4,000, expect flight level 29010 minutes after departure.
Alright, and then 4,000, and then 29010 minutes after departure, Delta 691.
And Delta 691, read back correct to advisor push.
Advisory, Delta 691.
Syracuse clearance, USAir 5514, information whiskey, fire to Boston.
USAir 5514, Syracuse delivery. Just to clarify one thing, are you slant golf or slant Lima?
Golf. We're not able RVSM airspace.
Affirmative. Already USAir 5514, you're clear to the Boston. Stand by one.
We're RNAV capable, we're just not RVSM capable. So that's the ATIS information Santa owns. So if you check on that VPilot...
USAir 5514, sorry about that, you're clear to the Boston airport via the Syracuse 2 departure, radar vectors lambs and asphalt. Initial altitude 4,000, flight level 270, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 126.12, squawk 5303.
Roger, clear to Boston Logan Airport. Syracuse 2, departure, radar vectors lambs and asphalt, maintain 4,000, expecting 270 and 10. Departure 126.12, squawk 5303, USAir 5514.
And USAir 5514, readback is correct. Advise you get information whiskey and when you're ready for push.
Yep, we got whiskey on board, as we always do, and I'll let you know when we're ready to push. USAir 5514.
Hey, delivery at Red Zone.
So anyway, on VPilot there, Santa owns, we,
heavy, Syracuse,
would check that. You can check that by tuning in 124.225 on a comm radio. You hear it read out. In our case, we kind of took a little bit of a shortcut, double-clicked it, and it just reads out here, and the very first thing it says is information whiskey, and it also terminates with that, advise you have information whiskey. But this is the one that just tells you what the altimeter is, temperature, dew point, which runways they're using. We got some additional information about certain taxiways that are closed, but yeah, this is the information whiskey, and then every hour they update it, and then it moves to the next letter. But here in the pilot client for VATSIM is where you can get that.
Red Zone 127 heavy readback is correct.
Upshot 2020 is here. How are you, man?
Welcome.
Alright, so we got that. We go back to the flow list. We want to go ahead and jump down. Let's go ahead and just punch our route in. We can accept, first of all, we'll go to menu over here. I guess we can't until we go accept. Now we can go to menu. And over here we've got a flight plan. We are starting at KSYR. Enter. Accept. We are going to go to, we're just radar vectors. It's the Syracuse 2. So I'm not even sure if it'll be listed in the departures. Yeah, it won't be.
Tango 608 airway.
It might be, actually. Runway number 3 is runway 28. Yeah, it is the Syracuse 2. Enter. We'll put that in the flight plan. So, yeah, 830 feet on heading 280 and then vectors. So that's all correct. Then it's LAMS, LAMMS.
Cleared to Boston.
Enter. Accept. And then we're going to Boston, where everything else, Punked and JFund 2 all comes off of the Boston's arrival. So we'll just go ahead and put in KBOS here, enter and accept. But then we're going to go menu and arrivals. Now let's see if we can figure out, just kind of get a heads up preview, if you will. Might not be what we get when we get there, but at least for right now, they're showing information Lima.
Legion 8242, you can taxi on Sierra.
They are landing on runway 4 right. So we will plan for that for now. That may or may not be what we get when we get there, but at least we can put that in as a plan. As a matter of fact, let's look at the JFund 2 arrival and see if that automatically connects in with 4 right. It may not.
And Delta 691, Roger, standby, break. Allegiant 8242, if you'll actually make the right on Echo before you enter.
JFund.
If you'll make the next right and then taxi.
That's we got the airport diagram, and then we got the Syracuse to departure, which again doesn't really say much.
We can do that. We'll make this immediate.
And then JFund to arrival. This is the initial page from Punked. And then JFund looks like we're going to have a descent path calculation to do when we get up there. And then on the second page we got all the forks, but let's see, which fork do we take here? Landing 4 left and right. We're going to end up at Joby. So this is the, yeah, this path down to the south. Now, does the approach for 4 right include any kind of a, wait a minute, 4 left, 4 right?
And Allegiant 8242, you can monitor ground.
ILS 4 right, okay. So let's see, does the ILS to 4 right include a transition off of Joby? I don't think that it does.
Thank you.
Syracuse delivery, Fairwing 285 with whiskey, request push start.
No, so we'll just put in this point Goshi as the transition, just as a further out point, and if we end up not needing that, we will not need it, but we'll have it in there just in case.
Face tail west. Call taxi. Call me for taxi.
Push on to Tango approved, face tail west, and call you for taxi service.
Upshot says the carrier dome's an evil place and should be removed for the better dome, the Pontiac dome. Well, I guess you're not going to like our Slant Artwork Adventure then. Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project that we do on the stream where we start with an image that represents what we're doing on the live stream that day. You guys can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. And Upshot, okay, so what you just said was indeed your contribution for that image. Okay, we'll get to that then. Very, very good. Gotcha. Anyway, so we're going to just assume... Oh boy, yeah, we're ready to go here, so we're already closed up. Alright, well, let's finish up what we're doing. We're going to assume 4 right is going to be the case. The J-Fun 2 arrival off of Punkt. And the ILS to 4 right approach from Goshi. We'll put all that into the flight plan, and yeah, we're going to call that done. We'll put the flight plan over here, we'll put the nav page over here. Alright. Squawk is 5303. Let's get that set. And we're running kind of behind now. And we want to be pushed in 7 minutes. We're okay. We'll be alright. 5303, transponder modes set. And let's go back up here to the heading bug. We know that, like we said, off of this departure, the initial heading is going to be 280. So we've got that set. We want to start in RNAV mode. And it's just going to be radar vectors. The initial altitude we said was 4,000. And we'll get that armed. I can't get that armed until I get the flight directors on. Now I can get that armed. And then we'll get heading mode armed as well. Alright, and now we're going to switch over to the APU power.
Delivery, Delta 691, ready, taxi.
Left inner fuel pump. APU goes to start.
Alright, Delta 691, you can
We'll wait for the APU to power up.
ahead and hold short of Mike, and you can contact ground 121.7 JustFlight.
Straight ahead and hold short of Mike, and then over to ground, Delta 691. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Syracuse delivery, Brickyard 4635, offer to Boston with whiskey.
Brickyard 4635, Syracuse delivery. You're clear to Boston Airport via the Syracuse departure. Radar vectors LAMs, then as follows. Maintain 3,000, or correction, maintain 4,000.
Okay.
Expect
Alright, so we got APU power.
After departure.
Let's go.
126.12, squawk 4603.
APU Gen, APU Air, Pack 1.
And Brickyard
APU
4635
Gen
is clear to
on.
Boston via the Syracuse 2 departure. Radar vectors
Okay,
LAMs, then
APU
as
Gen.
follows.
Nope.
On departure, maintain 4,000, spec 290.
APU Gen is on.
Departure frequency 126.3.
APU Air, Pack 1.
4603, Brickyard 4635.
External
Brickyard
AC can go
4635,
off.
correct. Advise you got whiskey on board, and when you're ready
And
to
galley
push.
switch can go on. Okay, I think we're good.
Roger, we'll,
Wendell Sanders is here.
call
Wendell,
for push
welcome.
for Brickyard.
Over here on the tablet,
27 with whiskey.
we can indeed confirm that everything is done. Let's check and see that we've got parking brake on and brake pressure showing. That's good. All right, so we can disconnect.
Okay, Romeo Alpha, contact ground.
Shocks. Why can't we not do that?
And Red Zone 127, just make sure that's hold short of Alpha on Romeo.
Copy, right on Romeo, and then hold short Alpha, then ground Red Zone 127.
Okay, we're able to do that. Why are we? Okay. Phew.
285, ready to taxi.
Spirit Wings 285. You can taxi
Okay,
straight ahead
GPU's
Tango,
disconnected.
right turn Echo, hold short of Alpha.
Straight ahead Tango, right turn on Echo, and hold short.
Okay, it's being
of
really
Alpha,
strange about the
285.
click spots there. Okay, so Trox GPU disconnected. That's good.
Red Zone, Red Zone, Red Zone. Sorry.
Let's see. And then, oh, let's set the elevator trim. All I'm going to do is click on center of gravity. It'll automatically set the elevator trim.
Ready to taxi zero aviation.
All right, oxygen can come on.
And November 118 Juliet Mike, you can taxi left onto Hotel 2.
As we jump
Hold
up to
short
the
of
top
hotel
here.
on Contact ground 121.7.
Seatbelt signs on, cabin pressure. We're going to cruise at 27,000.
Contact ground 118 Juliet.
Ice detection can come on. The engine anti-ice will come on just for the start sequence. And then down here at the
And
TMS.
Contact ground 121.7 of a safe flight.
Contact ground 121.7, fairway 35.
Set that to 720.
No problem, yeah.
We're going to power on. Outside air temperature from the ATIS was 29. Okay, well, pretty close to what we got set in there. 29. We'll go ahead and set takeoff, 89.1, and we'll set our bugs to a flap 18. Should be good to go there. Alright, I think we're good. Let's get a weather briefing here. So, looks like not too much, yeah, there's a little bit of pursuit return scattered, but nothing looking like it's going to interfere with our flight today. So we've got standard pressure, light winds with a little bit of a cloud layer.
4635, push back onto Tango's approved.
We've got some cloud layers through the area.
Push on Tango, tail.
But nice stable air. Surface temps are all, surface winds are all pretty light.
Cabin is secure.
So we kind of feel like should be a fairly favorable day in terms of weather. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard USAir Flight 5514 service to Boston Logan. We're due to push back here in just about a minute. We're going to be pretty close to that and expect to be wheels up about quarter till the hour. Flight time once we're airborne is 51 minutes and we're cruising at 27,000 feet for you today. Weather here at our origin is showing as 29 degrees Celsius, and that is known to us here in the States as mid-80s. We've got very light winds and mostly clear skies. En route weather is looking fairly favorable, not too much in the form of instability or precipitation. We do have a little bit of a cloud layer we might climb through, but I don't expect too many bumps as we get up to our cruise, and it should be nice smooth sailing once we get up there and start getting on our way over to Boston. We'll get you the weather update in Boston once we are getting ready to start our descent there. But for now, sit back, relax, get the seatbelts fastened for us, and we'll be underway shortly here. Thanks again for flying with us on USAir Flight's 5514 service to Boston Logan Airport.
Whiskey, instruments to Boston.
Let's go ahead and get our toolbar push back prepared. We're going to push straight off of this pier.
Lambs, Venice files. Maintain 4,000.
Pre-plan, we'll get that out of the way there. We're just going to pre-plan a straight push there and enter if we need to face this way, face that way, whatever. We'll just pivot as we get there.
Boston, Syracuse 2 departure, radar vectors Lambs, Venice filed.
Let's see, so we got the pushback requested and the plan and requested. We can get the beacon light on.
Departure 26.
And we'll jump up top.
12.
Pack can come off. We'll get the remaining fuel pumps on.
Shout at 9531.
And the start master on, and we're going to start with the 4. We're going to work our way right to left, 4 to 1. Let's just go ahead and make sure we got clearance to push here. Is it still information whiskey? Let's double check that it hasn't updated. It is still whiskey. Dickies clearance, USAir 5514. Not sure if I think we're at gate 6. That's the one all the way on the southeast corner of Southeast Pier, and we are ready to push with whiskey.
And USAir 5514, gate 6 is correct. You can push back onto Echo, face south, and call for taxi.
I will push to Echo, face south, and give you a call for taxi at USAir 5514. Thanks. Okay, parking brake released. Hold released. Guess we're moving. Oh, no, hold released. There we're moving. Okay, and then we'll get the number 4 started. As we get 2% in, we'll pull the lever out of cutoff. Okay, we'll watch it spool up. Up shut. How'd we do, man? I don't know if that's a good likeness of it, but there you go. It did change it. I don't really know the location, so you can tell me if it actually got it right or if it just slapped a new label on it. I don't know. There you go. Pontiac Dome done. All right, number 4 light is out. Let's jump up top, go to the number 3, and fire that up. Okay, it's done with the push. We'll reset the parking brake and we'll close that. We get to 2%. Yep, we'll go ahead and bring fuel in. Bring the lever out of cutoff. Okay, throttle lever's working. Yeah. All right, up through 10 we go. All right, red light's out. Up top. Fire away. Okay, 2% in. Out of cutoff. Gotta watch as it comes up through 10, it really starts to surge up and go, and then when it comes up through like 12 or 13, that's when the light goes out. Okay, there we are. And then over number 1, and start.
Ensure you're squawking mode, Charlie.
Give it about 2% in.
Charlie, sorry about that. Brickyard 4635.
And Brickyard 4635 got you now. You can
Okay, the final lever out of cutoff.
Echo, hold short of
Okay, temp's starting to come up.
Tango, Echo will hold short of Alpha for Brickyard 4635.
Wait for final red light to go off, and then we'll go up top and start switching the rest of our stuff on here. There we go. Red light's off. Okay, here we go. Start selector off, start master off, anti-icing off, Gen 1 and 4 on, screen and probe heat on, packs on. I think that's everything there, and then we can get the hydraulic pumps on and the AC and PTU pumps on. I think that's everything. I got that flow down pretty well. Did I miss something? Something still orange? Nope. Okay. Okay, APU off. Yeah, I don't know why zero fuel weight's flashing like it's wrong. It's fine, but there is just a glitch when sometimes when we open a new livery up, it glitches like this. But everything is fine. We're probably going to get warnings on departure as well, but that's fine. We'll
delivery. Standby. 10 seconds. Break.
Let's reset our standby horizon. Look, I was just getting to that. It just spun up, so you have to uncage it there.
And
flight controls can be checked. Well, we got the gauges for the spoiler arms. We don't have gauges for any of the other control surfaces, but at least we'll check the sim controls working. And they are. Alright, this is where I'm going to have to check and see if my flap lever works. No.
National Airport, Syracuse 2, radar vectors, Lambson is filed, 4,000 and 3.
Oh, okay, well, it flaps up works.
And 5322, JetBlue 850.
The rest we might just have to do by...
53 back correct, advising you've got information whiskey on board when you're ready for taxi, or correction when you're ready for push.
Wonder what we'll do there. I'll deal with it through the virtual cockpit for now. But that'll be annoying. We'll figure something out for that. Oh, config. Yeah, config check is what's it yelling at me for? Parking brake is off. Yeah, so everything should be fine. Oh, config check now passes. Okay. And we are indeed in flaps 18. All right, so we'll have to deal with that broken flap thing, and I'll have to figure out some other control for that. But for right now, we'll just go with what we got. Takeoff flap set. Master warning knobs back in the middle. Config check passed. Taxi routing, we expect south echo and then a left turn to alpha. Minimum departure fuel 3,400 kilos, and we've got almost that in one tank, so we're good. Okay, and let's just make one more check to see. Information whiskey still current. All right, clearance USAir 5514, information whiskey. We're on Echo south end of the terminal, ready to taxi.
And USAir 5514, are you going to be able to make that left turn onto Echo, or are you going to have to taxi right turn Echo?
No, we're good. Either way.
Alrighty, USAir 5514 can make the left turn onto Echo, taxi via Echo, hold short Alpha, and contact ground 121.7.
Alright, Echo short of Alpha and ground 121.7, USAir 5514. Okay, so here we are on Echo. Southbound. We'll hold short of Alpha, and we'll go ahead and contact ground. Syracuse ground, USAir 5514, information whiskey, Echo short of Alpha.
USAir 5514, Syracuse ground, good evening. Runway 28 taxi via Echo Alpha cross runway 33.
Alright, Echo and Alpha cross runway 33 to runway 28, USAir 5514.
Quick yard, 4635 monitor.
Okay, taxi lights on. Weather radar's on.
0.3 Montero, Brickyard for 635. Good night.
Alright. And then let's just do a brake check. Okay, yeah, we do see brake pressure when I step on the brake, so we're good there. Departure frequency is 2612. That is indeed set. We got the transponder, cabin crew, ignition, and then lights. Hey Vic, we're in the JustFlight BAe-146. That's where it looks like we're going to be number 2 when we get up there. Go ahead and get our cabin alerted. We'll go ahead and get our continuous ignition on. And we'll get our transponder into TA and RA. So the only thing left to do is our lights. When we get cleared onto the runway, we'll get our strobe lights on. And then when we get cleared
Syracuse ground, Chowder 9531,
take off,
information whiskey, ready to taxi. We're holding short.
we'll get our forward-facing
Chowder
lights on.
9531, Syracuse ground, good evening. Squawk 4734, please.
Oopsie, here we go.
USAir 5514, monitor tower 120.3. Good night.
I will monitor tower, USAir 5514, we'll see you. Okay. And monitor means you switch over, which we did by switching from COM 2 to COM 1. We were on this radio, Now we're on this radio, and we're monitoring 120.3, but monitor means to switch over and wait for them to call you. So I'm not going to say anything until we're spoken to. So Vic, yeah, here's the exterior shot, the BAe-146. A tiny little 4-engine plane, a little regional jet. British Aerospace is the manufacturer. So a little bit of a vintage regional jet flying for you. And we're on the VATSIM network, getting ready to head from Syracuse to Boston. And while we're waiting, we'll recap our slant artwork adventure. Slant artwork adventures.
4635, wind's going to be 280 at 8. Flight runway heading, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
A little bit of a side project that we undertake. We create an
45.
image description. We feed it into ChatGPT. The image is representative in some way of whatever we're doing that day. And then you guys can, if you'd like to, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then suggest something to add to or modify about our slant artwork adventure. Slant artwork adventure had me standing in front of the Carrier Dome, since we're starting here at Syracuse. Well, now we're in front of the Pontiac Dome because of the first change. And I'm 90s vintage, because we're in our 90s vintage plane, in my 90s vintage jacket there. Of course, that's not how I looked in 1990. I did have a jacket that looked an awful lot like that in 1990, that's for sure. But anyway, so if you want to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then once you do so, you get my attention, or I'll shout your name out, and then you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image.
USAir 5514, Syracuse Tower, hold short, runway 28 is going to be a moment for space.
I will hold short 28, USAir 5514, no problem. So for spacing, that doesn't mean he's got landing aircraft that we've got to wait for. It doesn't mean that he can't launch us back to back. What it does mean is he can't launch us back to back because we're all going to the same destination.
Brickyard 4635, contact departure now 26.1.
Vic, I did, man, I did. I'll show you again.
Brickyard 4635.
Pay attention, I answered your question already. So basically what he basically said when he said hold for spacing, the idea is like it's an event being hosted by the Boston ARTCC featuring Boston and Syracuse, but the problem is what that means on VATSIM is like 100 planes are all going to fly the same route. So what they do in order to not saturate Boston.
Kirkson 5514, just confirm your aircraft type for me. Are you, I see that you have 4 engines. Are you a heavy?
Oh no, we're a tiny 4-engine plane.
Interesting. I haven't seen you before. USAir 5514, wind's going to be 280 at 8, fly runway heading, runway 28, clear for takeoff. Traffic is going to be a 5-mile final, Boeing 737.
Okay, we're rolling to be ahead of the traffic and clear for takeoff 28, runway heading. USAir 5514. Alright, so strobes are coming on.
48, Syracuse Tower, you up?
Landing lights, turn off lights.
Syracuse Tower, did not operate with you on a 5-mile final, runway 28.
Yeah, we'll be out of his way.
Delta 948, traffic on the roll now is going to be a British Aerospace, and they are on the roll, runway 28 cleared to land. Wind's going to be 280 at 8.
Okay, so we got all the lights set.
Land runway 28 going on.
No warnings, no vibrations.
Power set, N1 achieved.
Alright, we are
Speed
good.
alive, both sides.
We're good. I'm going to push forward on the yoke just a little bit, get that nose wheel pinned down to the ground until we get the airspeed 80 knot call.
80 knots, was checked.
Okay, there we go. We can release that forward pressure. It's not a heavy, but it
V1.
accelerates like one.
Rotate.
Okay, there's our rotation speed.
Traffic.
Okay, positive climb, gears up. We're going to pitch. We'll go ahead and get the max continuous thrust selected. We're going to pitch to maintain the speed on the bubble there until we get up to 1,000 feet. Watching the radio altimeter, which we're flying just a straight runway heading anyway, so we're good.
USAir 5514, contact Syracuse departure now, 26.12. Have a great flight.
All right, 2612 for departure. USAir 5514, we'll see you. Okay, we're through 1,000, so I am going to. Oh no, we're not through 1,000. 780.
River 118, Juliet Mike, contact Syracuse departure now 127.
Okay, there we are, 1,000. Now I can lower the nose and pick up some speed. Syracuse departure, USAir 5514 is 1,500 going to 4,000.
USAir 5514, Syracuse departure, good evening, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Up to 10,000, USAir 5514.
Forget 46 steps, 5 either land.
Okay, 10.
Land secured, 46 dispatch.
Put a trim down, and we're going to try and just capture a nice gentle climb rate so that we can get some speed up. Speed performance is more important than climb performance right now. So we'll capture the vertical speed.
Yes, at 5514, turn left heading 190.
190, USAir 5514. Okay.
Breakout 46 5, contact.
So red bug speed, we can go ahead and get flaps up. Flaps are coming up. And we're climbing at a nice gentle climb rate just to get that speed up to 250. I'm going to go ahead and get that bugged so that our bubble reflects that. There. And then when we get told to go direct lambs at whatever point we're told to do that, we know it's approximately eastbound. So we'll go ahead and just bang in an eastbound turn.
Descend.
Bang in an eastbound turn, and then we'll get it sorted out after that. Normally in a real airplane, if you get a TA, an RA like that, a resolution advisory, you wouldn't ignore it. But for some reason on VATSIM, sometimes you get some spurious ones, like there might not really be any traffic right in front of us. Yeah, I don't see anybody. Yeah, so there's no traffic right in front of us. I don't know what we were getting an RA for, so it ends up looking bad that we ignore those. But because I know in the simulation it's a bug that we get those sometimes, we end up in that bad habit of ignoring them. All right, I am overspeeding though. We're trying to get to 250 knots, so I wasn't paying attention. We captured the climb rate of 500 feet a minute.
5514, turn left 10 degrees.
Left by 10 degrees, USAir 5514. Okay, so we'll capture the 250. Just put 10 degrees left.
Okay, USAir 5514, you can have a cedar land.
All right, direct to the lands now, USAir 5514. Okay, so he was waiting for us to get a certain altitude, probably. Yeah, so now we'll just turn ourselves eastbound. Turn ourselves eastbound, and let's go ahead and go direct to...
Hello, Syracuse departure.
Or enter.
Channel 95,
and then
3100, climbing to 4,000.
LNAV mode. We overshot the line that we created, and I will redo a direct to lambs just to kind of sort that out.
Flying maintain 10,000, channel 9531.
There we are. Alright, and since we are we're climbing to 6,000 now. One thing we can do is continuous ignition can come off, and we'll go ahead and get the engine air on.
95, 31 turn, left heading 180.
APU air off, APU off, and then the
180, Charter 95.
hydraulic cross feeds come off. And yes, it's unusual, but it is standard in this aircraft that the APU is on during departure and arrival. That's because these 4 engines are so tiny and underpowered that you definitely want the bleed air for the packs, the air conditioning system, to be provided by the APU and not the engines, because you want all that engine power directed to the rear, to the thrust. So we're not getting decent flying performance now. We're getting 2,000 feet a minute.
5514, contact Boston Center 123.75, set safe line.
All right, 2375, USAir 5514, thanks.
Via J Point 2 arrival, runway 4 right, the Boston altimeter 29902. 29902, immediate J Point 2, runway 4 right, red number 27.
Boston Center, USAir 5514, 9,000 for 10,000.
American 4636, we're going to maintain a 11,000 now.
Okay.
Maintain 11,000.
Hopefully we're going to climb past before we capture that speed. Capture that altitude, rather. Nope. So we'll get into sync mode. I'm just going to hold the 250 because we're going to want to climb at 250 anyway, but I want to pick up a bunch of speed here. Boston Center, USAir 5514, 9,700 going to 10.
Boston Center, hello, it's Surrogate 782, crossing Kennington, flight level 270 for 390.
Surrogate 782, Boston Center, hello, climb maintain, flight level 390.
Continue with the 390, Surrogate 782.
Hello, Boston Center, Chowder 9531, 10,000 feet, direct land.
Chowder 9531, Boston Center, hello, climb maintain, flight level 250.
Climb maintain, flight level 250, Chowder 9531.
Center, USAir 5514, level at 10,000.
USAir 5514, Boston Center, hello, climb maintain, flight level 270.
270, USAir 5514. Alright,
Brickyard 4635,
let's get the climb going. Out of altitude hold or pitch up.
Brickyard 4635, direct onset.
Direct onset for Brickyard 4635.
Alright, let's get back into max continuous thrust. We're going to 270.
2448, contact Boston approach 118.25 today.
118.25, connection
We'll arm the altitude, capture the airspeed, and then through 10,000 we can get the forward-facing lights off, and let's do a cabin pressure check. Cabin altitude climbing to, going to be climbing to 7,000, differential pressure. I always like to say cabin altitude's climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure at 10,000 should be about a third of the way up. At 18 it should be about 2/3 of the way up, and then at cruise it should be fully up to where the yellow mark is. So everything's looking good in terms of our pressurization as well.
Sure, 285 via J Point 2 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston.
Okay, so I think when it comes to the flaps, I don't think I actually used the right half of this trim nub. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did in the Comanche. So let's do that. So on the magneto switch, which is 31 through 35, let's delete that. Delete that since that didn't work. Delete that.
Can I have you pause, sir? And you need
Delete
to
that.
unpause it just a minute.
Delete that.
I am not paused, Giant 283 heavy.
Sorry, I had your ground speed at 0, so something's close.
Okay, 7.
Looking okay now?
Delete that. Delete that.
Right, thanks.
And delete that. Delete that. Okay. So 7 is now going to be, the button is pressed, we're going to send a simulation event of flaps increase. And when 8 is pressed, we're going to send a simulation event of flaps decrease. Okay. Save that. Oh, okay there. Let's save that. And I'm going to deploy my flaps to 1 level just to see if it works. No.
Delta GM 25 kilo Boston Center, low common chain flight level 320.
Temperature 1, chair, be again, 320-340, but we can set 340 now.
Will it not let me do that because of the speed?
American
Or is it
10-1
just not
Vegas.
registering that?
I'm not sure if it's 320 or 340, but we can take 340 now, not 320.
Well, I'll check it. Yeah, I think it's automatically locking it up because of the speed.
New York Center on 125.32.
So I'll check it on the approach, and if we
Delta 29 contact.
get to the point where we're on the approach and we have difficulty getting it deployed, I'll just have to do it via the virtual cockpit with the mouse. But it'll be loud.
127.42, good day.
Just use longitude 7.42 American 4636, thanks.
We'll play with it on the ground, I guess.
Descend, descend, descend.
Yeah, see, in this case, I think there is one guy just passing slightly off to my left, but is he at an altitude I need to worry about?
127.42, 5 for Papa. Yep.
He's 13, and I'm at 16. Definitely shouldn't need to be descending to avoid him. And if I'm, again, I'm at 16, and this one's at 13, I shouldn't need to descend to avoid him. So again, just another bizarre resolution advisory that we don't seem to have needed. It seems so stupid. You're like, oh, stupid simulator pilot. Why is he ignoring an RA? He'd never do that. Well, because they're not real. I mean, what are they alerting us against? That guy?
2987, let me know what runway you'd like and when you're ready to taxi.
It looks like we have managed to kick ourselves out of the airspeed hold here, so I'm going to pitch down, get back to 250 knots.
Delta 691, contact lost, approach 18.25 tonight.
Over to approach, Delta 691, have a good night.
Giant 6283, descend via the J-Plane 2, arrival runway 4 into Boston, altimeter 299.1.
Stop at J-Plane 2, 4 right, Giant 6283.
Okay, so there's 250 knots. We'll capture that back.
Maintain 111,000.
Matt Noob says, good afternoon. Loving the new VATSIM radar app. I've heard that they are releasing that. I have not looked at it yet.
Maintain 11,000.
We are through 18,000 now, so let's do a second pressurization check. Again, I like to say, so cabin altitude is leveled off at 7. Differential pressure is about 2/3 of the way up, so we're good there. And we're set standard altimeter. We were already on 29902 because 29902 is the local altimeter today. But this is where you would go ahead and set the standard altimeter across the board, and that's already done for us. That's a little labor-saving coincidence today. All right, let's start looking at the JFund 2 arrival, and we might need to kind of come up with our own smoothed-out descent plan. The UNS-1 flight management computer is automatically going to guide us to go to the lowest allowable altitude at each point, but to be economical, we may need to or may want to be slightly higher than the lowest allowable altitude at some of these points. So I have a little spreadsheet that I use to calculate distances and altitude differentials. I'm going to start putting that information into that little spreadsheet there. So we got seats, minimum was 210, and then how do we have 14, or no, we got 12, to double at 17,000. And then we got 9 to base says at 14,000. And then we got 1 to JFund. And then another 10, so it's going to be 11 to autumn. AUTUM.
Descend via the JFund 2 for turn for 635.
Somewhere between 11 and 12. And then we got 10 to be at Winter. 8,000 to 10,000. And then we got 10 to Harris and another 6, so that's going to be 16. Spiced SPYSD.
November 4 and 4 Sierra Echo, runway 19.
Have to be at 7,000 there, so I'm just going to consider that the end. Yeah, I mean, from there we go to 6,000 at Gabe. We got 9 miles to lose 1,000. So really the target is spiced at 7,000. Yeah, see, I don't think we want to be at 8 there. I think we want to be at 10 there.
Oh, 4 and 4 Sierra Echo, sorry, this is 2 GA ramp, so I thought you were on the east one. Alright, runway 19 taxi Alpha cross the 933. USA 5514, maintain flight level 230, that'll be your final.
At 230, USAir 5514.
Red zone 127, contact Boston approach 18.25 tonight.
1825, red zone 127, Navy, what's in?
JetBlue 850, sorry, I missed you there. What'd you say?
Went through at 10,000.
JetBlue 850, Boston Center, L, climate tank flight level 310.
Climate tank flight level 310, JetBlue 850.
JustFlight Air India 1058, say your indicated airspeed for me, please.
2903, air India 1058.
Air India 1058, thanks. Maintain 300 knots or greater in the descent, please.
Unable, air India 1058.
Air India 1058, have to maintain 280 knots or greater in the descent.
Maintain 280 or greater in the descent, air India 1058.
JetBlue 544, maintain 280 knots or less in the descent.
Maintain 280 knots, just a 535.
So what I came up with is if we start at 21 and we go to 17.4 at Dudley and then 14.7 at bases, that's 300 feet per nautical mile, and then we go into a smoothly more gradual descent by going to 12 at autumn, 10 at winter, being at the highest allowable at these points rather than the lowest allowable. And then, a nice gentle descent, even from 10 to 7, that's a nice gentle descent rate. So the idea is to come up with a descent plan that descends the latest and most consistently. So, the UNS-1 just automatically defaults to the lowest, not always the most sensible. Your more modern FMCs are going to come up with something like this on their own. Probably a lot more precise than what I did.
True, 285 contact, Boston approach on 18.25 today.
But my little spreadsheet doesn't do too bad
Contact, Montreal on 128.77.
in terms of
Montreal 128.77, Abiato.
in terms of coming up with a relatively smooth and sensible descent plan. All right, so 66, 67, 68 is what it looks like there.
Kind of maintain level to 240.
The Mach 0.68 is going to be our maximum cruise speed. Just about to capture 230. Let's do the seatbelt signs off. And cabin altitude's maxed out, and we're all good. We're well within limits. We're about halfway from Syracuse to Boston there, Matthew. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude, 23,000 feet now. Yeah.
Clear of conflict.
Hang on one second, guys. Didn't actually capture, so I'm going to manually intervene and make sure that it does. Hang on, we'll do the cabin announcement again in just a moment. Let me just...
Delta 2646, Cleveland is still not online. Contact, it's registered for terminated. Frequency advised to approve.
Put us in a nice gentle descent. We'll get down to hold that 23,000. Let's get up to 740.
Delta 5195, F obstruction and maintain 11,000 to Syracuse altimeter 29901.
991 on December 1000. Boston Center, American 46. Boston Center, Georgia, 4, Sports aircraft, holding short runway 19, ready for departure.
Alright, bear with me, guys. Let me just make sure that we capture the cruise speed, cruise altitude.
4635 Boston Center, low comment maintain flight level 310.
Maintain 5002, American 4635.
Number 414 Sierra, fly runway heading, runway 19er, cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 19er, cleared
Alright,
for takeoff.
and let's bump the temperature up. Because we're at a lower cruise altitude than we normally are, so we might need a little bit more thrust in order to maintain that cruise altitude, or cruise speed. Alright, let's try the announcement now. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude. We've been reassigned slightly lower cruise altitude of 23,000 feet, but we've now reached that. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Syracuse oranges. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. We'll give you an update on the weather situation in Boston when we are ready to start our descent. Thanks again for flying with us on US Airlines Flight 5514 service to Boston, Logan. I'm just going to keep it in max continuous thrust for now until we get up to our cruise speed that we want, because it seems like it's kind of struggling to get up there. A little hotter today, a little less dense air, but we're lower than we anticipated we would be. So that might cause us to need some more thrust to get up to our desired cruise speed. All right, let's put the nav page over here. Let's put the LNAV page here, and then let's... Oh, VNAV page rather, duh. This is technically the LNAV page. LNAV page here, VNAV page here, and then let's update our descent plan as we did. So winter, I want to do 10,000, not 8,000. So let's put that here. Go next. Winter 13, and we want to do what at winter 10,000.
Emirates 777 Boston Center, low comment, by level 340.
Enter. and then spiced at 7, and everything after spiced is the same.
Number 440 Jericho, you're running contact.
After winter, or before winter rather, we got autumn at 12.
Number 440 Jericho, climb maintain at level 200, proceed at direct.
It's point number 12, and we're going to do it at 12,000 feet.
Level 200, 4 Jericho.
American 853, say again, please.
Before autumn, it's bases at 14,700.
To 14,000.
American 853, climb maintain flight level 340.
So that's 10.
Flight level 240, American 853.
What did I say? 14,700. Wait a minute. Went at 10. Bases at 14,700. Okay, so bases at 14,700, autumn at 12. Winter at 10, doubly at 17,400.
Giant 6283, contact, Boston approach on 18.25, good night.
Doubly and then bases,
283 heavy.
and then seats at 21,000. Alright, then I need to, how are we doing with our cruise speed? Need to check on that. I was just going to say. Just going to say.
Air India 1058, contact Syracuse approach on 127.42, good day.
127.42, Air India 1058.
USA 5514, descend via the J-Fund 2, arrival runway 4 right, the Boston altimeter 29901.
J-Fund 2 arrival 4 right, 29901, USA 5514.
And USA 5514, what can you give me the descent in terms of indicated airspeed?
280 is normal for us.
Alright, USA 5514 and the descent maintain 280 knots or greater, resume published speeds at J-Fund.
Okay, published, yeah, so 280 or greater, and then published speeds at JFund, USA 5514.
Sergeant 45, Foxtrot Lima 1, turn south.
November 45, Foxtrot Lima, Boston.
Okay, I gotta finish what I was doing in the LNAV page here in just a moment. Let's,
Charter 9531, descend via the J-Fund 2, arrival runway 4 right, the Boston altimeter 29901.
let's go 830, let's see how that does in terms of getting us to our cruise.
Okie doke, descend via the J-Fund 2, arrival runway 4 right, and maintain 250 in the descent to Charter 9531.
Okay, how are we doing?
Good evening, American 2146, climbing to
Why is it saying it can't do the number 2?
Center, hello, maintain flight level 320.
Hello, 320, American 2146, thanks.
Okay.
JetBlue 544 contact, Syracuse approach on 127.42, good night.
Alright, so we've got the speed mostly settled in. We'll double check on that. Let's finish with our VNAV plan. Seats was going to be at 21,000. Enter. Target vertical speed 2,000, enter. And we're 21 miles from top of descent. Okay. Speed's coming back up. Alright, so we got descend via the arrival. We don't... Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much... He said 280 until J-Fund. Well, that's pretty much what's on the arrival anyway, so... It's okay, all good. We're going to end up at this point. Joe be at 6. Don't really need that page anymore. And then we'll get ready. So ILS 4 right. So we'll get ready for that.
4635,000 knots for you. Stay here. Roger. Route 1616 Boston Center. Hello.
All right. So speed's now up where we want it to be. Let's knock that down to 810. Make sure we don't exceed it again. And then we need ATIS information. Yeah, so
Number 167 is at a level 200, so at a level 280.
Number 1674 Victor Boston Center. Hello. Maintain level 280. Good evening.
Level 280, so Victor.
780. Make sure we don't exceed our speed here. 11 miles top of descent. All right, let's go ahead and get our ATIS information in Boston. We know that they said the altimeter. Yeah, I thought they weren't copying me earlier, but we got that sorted out. Boston ATIS information, Mike.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Winds calm 29901. The ILS 4 right. 25,000 feet, so we're going to call it mostly clear skies. Wind calm. Temperature's 22, which is low 70s.
Brickyard 4655 Boston Center. Hello, climbing tape level 250. Good evening.
2991.
250, Brickyard 4655.
All right, so we're cleared down to 6,000 as long as we meet all the restrictions on the way.
JustFlight 850 descend via the J-Fund 2 arrival runway 4 right to Boston altimeter 29991.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We're just about to start our descent into Boston, so we have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Weather there's showing in the low 70s, calm winds, and mostly clear skies. We expect to get around in just about 25 minutes. We'll talk to you again once we get down to the ground, and thanks for flying with us on USAir Flight 5514, service to Boston. All right, so let's go into descent, and then we'll just put it into sync. We're going to capture 280 knots in the descent. There. And then we're going to adjust the throttles until we get the descent rate that we want. We're trying to get 2,500 down right now. Looks like that's exactly what we're doing.
Bus Center, 212, time to 10,000 for 140. American 1212 Boston Center, Crash American 212.
Matt did the artwork as follows. We started with myself dressed in 90s appropriate clothing standing in front of the Carrier Dome. And then we've adjusted that now to the Pontiac Dome with the BAe USAir climbing out over top. So there's our slant artwork adventure. Of course, if you or anyone else wants to modify or add to that artwork adventure in any way, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. All right, so we're pretty well matched at 280. Let's get the bubble adjusted just so it shows we're exactly on that. Let's go ahead and get the pressurization set. Boston is pretty much at sea level, so we can go ahead and set that all the way down. All right, and then we know we're going to get 4 right for almost definite. Let's go ahead and get that set up. 10.3 is the frequency. Force is 035. If we end up having to go missed, 112.7 and 030. So pretty much straight out. Missed approach altitude, if we go missed, 3,000. Easy enough. Minimums on straight in to the ILS. 218, which is 200 above ground level. I'm going to set the alert at 300 above ground level just because we don't know if there's any terrain elevation difference between the missed approach point and the threshold. Boston's fairly flat. There's buildings and stuff. The radio altimeter might bounce off from one of those. But I'll just set the alert at the 300 just so we get that warning ahead of time. But 218 is the minimum, and that is a decision altitude. So we need to initiate the decision to go around.
14 contact, Boston approach 18.25. Good night.
1825 USAir 5514. By the time we reach 218.
Boston Center, good evening, number 805 Alpha Bravo, 11,000.
I think he said 1825. And how are we on our descent? We want to be descending about 1,700 feet a minute. We are local now. We'll get everything set on 29901. Boston approach USAir 5514 information. Mike, we're 14.5 via the JFUN 2.
Boston departure, Charter 9529, 14,000 feet.
USAir 5514 approach, altimeter 2991, runway 4 right.
4 right, 29901, USAir 5514.
Chowder 9531 approach, altimeter 2991, runway 4 right.
We're on departure from Logan, Highland 7.
Chowder 9531 approach, altimeter 2991, runway 4 right. November 721 Juliet, contact Boston Center, 123.75.
Alright, it's 125.
Okay, so we're descending 1,500-ish per minute.
Boston approach, Charter 9531 on the JFUN 2, 4 right.
Victor 4288, how are you, sir? That's a resubscription.
Hello,
Thank you very kindly for that. Appreciate it.
901, we have Mike, 4 right.
All right, let's run through the approach checklist. I think we're pretty close. I have not yet done the V speeds. Coming up on 10,000, I'm going to go ahead and get the APU started here. I know that's weird, but in this aircraft it is indeed the case that you run the APU during an approach and departure. We're going to go ahead and get the AC and PTU pumps on as well. Approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set. Missed approach altitude will be 3,000 straight out if we go missed. Minimum 218. And the alert is set. The V speeds will come back to. Wind is calm. Ceiling is 25,000, not a factor, and there'll be a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully.
Departure, hello.
Okay, 1150 per minute to get to Winter at 10.
1 o'clock and 5 miles westbound Super Airbus 380 descending to 9,000.
So APU should be powered up by now, so we'll go ahead and get APU air on.
1 Bravo Super traffic 11 to 12 o'clock and 3 miles northbound climbing to 8,000 Airbus.
Engine air off.
Boston departure, Charter 9529.
Let's see what else we want to do here.
Go ahead.
We're 4,000 feet, just past Highland.
Yes, sir. You should be on Boston Center, 123.75.
And I'm going to turn off lights on.
123.75, Charter 9529.
All right, let's hold the vertical speed, and then I'm going to slow the plane to 250 here. And then what's the... Yeah, at Winter we need to be at 250, so... And now we're going down to 7,000 at Spice, but we do need to pitch up and get the speed down to 250. matter of fact, it's spiced. Speed needs to come down to 220, so we'll go ahead and just start working on that.
False departure, American 2344, climbing through 6300 for 8,000. American 2344, approach roger, maintain 8,000. Maintain 8,000 for American 2344. American 1207, climb to maintain 14,000. Climb to maintain 14,000, American 1207. Speedbird 1 Bravo Super, contact approach 126.5.
What's the local? 28.8.
American 1207, contact Boston Center
21.9.
123.79.
123.75,
28.8. And 21.9.
Boston approach, hello, it's Terrajet 178, descending out of, coming up on 8,000 here now.
Terrajet 178 approach, altimeter is cancelled, altimeter 2990, what approach?
Alright, and since we are
We're set up for the,
coming up on spice, we need to be at 220 knots.
set up for the RNAV, runway 11, Zelka.
American 2344, climb and maintain 14,000. Up to 14,000, American 2344. Terrajet 178, you're clear direct to Delta, cleared RNAV runway 11 approach.
And we need to shallow the descent out to about 850, so we'll add some throttle back in.
American 2344, contact Boston Center 123.75. Forward to Boston Center on 23.75.
So you see it's spiced, it's 7,220, and
USAir
then
5514, clear direct to gate, descend and maintain 6,000.
address our director, just one. Which one?
USAir 5514, clear direct gate, descend and maintain 6,000.
Direct to Gabe and 6,000, USAir 5514. Enter. And down to 6,000. Speed there's 220 still, so we'll capture it. We got the indicated airspeed captured.
Good evening. Boston approach American 1214 Heavy with fuel at 7.8, climbing 8,000.
American 1214 Heavy approach left turn direct Highland, climb and maintain 14,000.
Left turn direct Highland.
And after Gabe, it's a 213 heading. I'm going to go ahead and...
USAir 5514, contact approach 126.5.
26.5, USAir 5514.
Chowder 9531, reduce speed to 210.
Reduce speed 210, Chowder 9530.
Boston approach, Delta 9965, 14,000, descending by the ocean for 4 right VF Mike. Delta 9965, approach altimeter 2991, runway 4 right. 4 right, 9965.
Let's just put it into... and I'm sorry, for the frequency again for USAir 5514.
USAir 5514, 126.5.
26.5, USAir 5514, thanks.
Chowder 9531, you're clear direct to Gabe, descend and maintain 6,000.
Direct Gabe, set to maintain 6,000, Chowder 9030.
26.5. And let's just switch over into the radio nav. Approach USAir 5514 is a 6,000. We had a little bit of an LNAV malfunction there. We're on a heading 213 right now.
USAir 5514 Boston approach, no worries, descend and maintain 4,000.
Right down to 4,000, USAir 5514. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was trying to go direct Gabe as instructed, and it just kind of blanked on me. 210, we'll capture the speed. And we're just going to tell it that we're direct to the first fix on the approach, which is
Beaver 1 Bravo, turn right,
Goshi, even though that's not exactly what we're doing.
Localizer.
Not exactly what we're doing, but it's okay. Doesn't look like our
autopilot disconnected.
Airspeeds, our pitch mode is working properly either, so I'm just going to shut the autopilot off and we'll hand fly it the rest of the way in. 210 is what we want to manage from now.
Beaver 1 Bravo, you're 2 miles from Nabo, maintain 3,000 to establish from the localizer, cleared for the ILS approach, runway 4 right.
Go ahead and do it radio nav the rest of the way in. We can manage that. Okay, coming up on our side of 4, 3,000 is the missed approach. And the speed's starting to come back in as well.
Traffic, traffic.
Oops, not trying to put flaps out yet, but that does work. Good to know that button does work. Okay, 4,000. And speed should kind of settle back in now that we've leveled out.
Shatter 90531 Boston approach. Beaver 1 Bravo Super, contact tower 1.
You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate of the moment of the wind touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way, and the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our July 29th landing.
5514, turn right heading 330.
Rate drawing. 330, right turn, USAir 5514.
Clear of conflict.
Okay. Just hand flying. Reasonable bank angle. A little bit of nose up to, so we're supposed to be maintaining 4.
Boston approach, shot
A
at
little bit of nose up, a little bit of throttle.
31, 6,000 feet.
Charter 9531.
Go ahead and do our V speeds now.
4,000 heading.
We're a flaps 30.
4,000, shot at 9531.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 80.
A330 is what we were assigned.
Traffic, traffic.
Back over onto that. And then let's get back down to our...
USA 5514, turn right heading 010.
Descend,
Localizer,
descend, descend.
Okay, 3,000, 010, intercept the localizer, USAir 5514. Alright, let's keep the speed up. We weren't told to slow down yet. So 3,000 to local 010 and then intercept the localizer. And then we'll keep the speed up.
USA 5514, you're a mile from Nabo, maintain 3,000 still established, clear for the ILS approach, runway 4 right.
Alright, 3,000 still established, clear for the ILS, runway 4 right approach, USAir 5514.
Are you a jet?
Yeah, we're a small regional jet.
Okay, roger. Shatter 9531, turn right heading 330.
Right 330, shot at 9531.
USA 5514, 170 knots or greater until melt, contact tower 128.8, caution wake turbulence, number 2, 8 miles in trail with Super A380.
Alright, caution wake turbulence, 170 or greater to millet, and we'll contact our USAir 5514.
Traffic, traffic.
2,500.
Okay, we're down on the, we're descending on the glide slope, get the gear out.
1022, cross runway 15 left at November, hold short runway 15 right, contact ground point 9er.
Cross 15 left, hold short 15 right, and over the ground on the 1022.
Glide slope captured. Established on the ILS.
Boston Tower or Logan Tower? Boston. Boston Tower, USAir 5514 is 8 out for ILS 4 right.
USAir 5514, Boston Tower, caution wake turbulence, super on the rollout, runway 4 right, clear to land, traffic holds in position on the crossing runway.
Okay, we'll watch for the hold in traffic, caution wake turbulence, and clear to land 4 right, USAir 5514.
Speedbird 1 Bravo, super left at the end. Super 2147, runway 9, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 9, JetBlue 2147.
Okay, a little high. We got one more notch of flaps to go. And we're landing.
35, runway 9, line up away, traffic will depart.
Landing checks.
Line up away, use on full pressure. Lufthansa 421 Heavy, Boston Tower, runway 15 right, line up and wait, traffic departs and lands the crossing runway.
Okay, there we go. Glide slope's coming back in.
Lufthansa 421 Heavy.
Alright, gears down to green. Landing flaps are set and checked. Straight to 3000 if we go missed, and left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully.
2122, you'll be in
landing checks are complete.
Traffic, traffic.
Eagle Flight 236, you can pull up to runway 9 on Mike. Your sequence will be behind JetBlue.
500.
It looks like we are. We do have the nose over to the right just ever so slightly.
Minimums.
Okay, speed's good. We're a little low. We are landing.
Hello, Boston Tower.
Okay, crab angle has sorted itself out.
Slope.
I'm feeling good about where we are on the glide slope here. I know Pappies and ILS say we're low.
4 right, clear to land.
50.
Chowder 95.
40.
JetBlue 2147, contact departure.
20.
Order departure, thanks for controlling how great is your day, JetBlue 2147.
10.
Ground idle. Brake pressure seen.
Feel like we rolled it on there pretty nicely, actually.
Lufthansa 421 Heavy, traffic holds in
80
position
knots.
in the crossing runway. Wind calm, runway 15 right, clear
60
for takeoff.
knots.
Clear takeoff 15 right, Lufthansa 421 Heavy.
And let's make sure we're short of the crossing here.
Eagle Flight 236.
Eagle Flight 236.
Eagle Flight 236, you can pull up to runway 9 on Mike. Your sequence will be behind JetBlue.
3 right. Okay, so this must be
On Mike, we'll stay behind the jet.
this must be Yankee. Flight director's off. Wait a minute. Flaps are stowed. Spoilers are stowed. Wait a minute. Which is the spoiler?
Speedbird 1 Bravo Super, cross runway 15 left at November. Hold short runway 15 right and contact ground point 9er.
15 left, 15 right, ground point 9er.
Continuous ignition.
USAir 5514, join runway 33 right, hold short runway 4 left.
All right, we'll join 33 right, short of 4 left. USAir 5514.
Lufthansa 421 Heavy, contact departure.
Over to departure, Lufthansa 421 Heavy.
Weather radar off. TA and RA off.
Delta 4535 traffic will land the crossing runway.
Okay, so I got low as indicated.
USAir 5514, cross runway 4 left. Turn left on November, hold short runway 15 right.
Alright, cross 4 left, left November, short of 15 right, USAir 5514.
Boston Tower, American 2122. Do I have traffic holding short in front of me? Because I cannot see him.
They just appeared to have disconnected. American 2122, just hold your position for now just in case he comes back. But if in about 2 minutes, if he doesn't, I'll let you go.
Roger that, American 2122.
Let's run through the cleanup
USAir
checklist.
5514, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9 and USAir 5514.
Wait, JetBlue, that's going to be left to right on Bravo, so hold short of Bravo and wait for that JetBlue.
Alright, Kilo, Mike, cross 4
Alright, let's make sure I got all the cleanup items here. Speed brakes, flaps,
1022, Boston ground.
flight directors, TMS power can come off. That's in the real aircraft, that's done on short final. Whoops, that's test mode. In the real aircraft, that's done on short final. I do it.
JetBlue 29.
I do it after arrival just because it helps me keep
ground.
4 symmetrical engine
and then, looks like
thrusts, even though my throttles aren't perfectly symmetrical in the sim here. So keeping that TMS on is a little cheat that I use. In the real aircraft, you turn that off on short final, but we'll turn it off now. Landing lights, taxi light on. Okay. Strobes can come off.
1 Bravo Super, Boston ground. Hello.
Turn off.
Hold short of 15 right and expect a few minutes for departure.
5 right.
Taxi 811 heavy, monitor tower 1.
Yeah, I think we got everything.
28, contact 811.
So I got a little low on the as far as the PAPIs and the ILS indicator, but at that point I was proceeding visually to the runway, and I was very comfortable with our vertical profile there. Of course, we were, we did have that nice big displaced threshold. I was kind of floating over just to shallow the angle out, and that helped us set it down nice and gently. But I didn't have any concerns with our vertical performance on that approach, so I'm going to say we did it safely. And
402, yeah, thanks. Just continue on Bravo, then left on Mike and monitor tower 128.8.
Compliantly.
Continue on Bravo, left on Mike, and then monitor tower just further too.
And anybody that's pushing back ready to taxi?
United 25 is ready to taxi.
United 229, correction 225. Runway 9er,
Just
taxi
while we're
via
waiting.
Alpha, Echo, Bravo, Mike.
Alpha.
While we're waiting for the taxi in, we can go ahead and take a peek at that. Scored us a 98 out of 100. Yeah, I was pretty happy with that. Center line was the only thing that dinged us on. Everything else perfect scores.
Alpha, Echo, Bravo, Mike.
Crab angle was even nice. Well, I think that was just a matter of the wind helping us out there, because we did have a bit of a crab angle coming in, but it sorted itself out without me having to put in rudder input. So I think the wind just went to calm as we got over top of the runway. 1.16 was the G-force and 143 the vertical speed. And if we replay the last.
1022, same for you. You can just follow the.
Yeah, so slightly long on the touchdown zone, but good.
Following the 777 ahead, Delta 1032.
Yeah, I'm looking for the. Yeah, the crab angle was already kind of sorted out by that point, and you can see the.
Right on Mike.
Here we go. Yeah, here's the crosswind, and the very first seconds of the replay, that crosswind just disappears to nothing. So that's what helped us out there. And then I went just a little left to center line.
Runway 9er,
on the rollout, but not too bad.
Let's see, Alpha, Charlie.
Okay. Oh, what was the number? What was the?
Cross 4 left and hold short of Echo.
So 143.
Taxi runway 9er via Alpha, Charlie, Mike. Cross 4 left, hold short Echo. JetBlue 2459.
Delta 30.
So 135, 111, 62, 110, 145 CB flyer.
Delta 34. Could you
Dr. Monaco came in with a 122. Dr. Monaco, hey, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a little bit. But CB flyer 2 away with that.
Let them know that you're
145 versus a 143. So.
Roger, we'll call up clearance delivery 121.65, Delta 34.
Yeah, if you just let him know that, he'll know it. He'll know what you mean.
So CB flyer
JetBlue
on
387 Boston ground. Push on Alpha approved. Advisory to taxi.
Push to Alpha, JetBlue 387.
Alright, so
Boston ground Boeing.
At some point, he's going to remember he's got
signature,
aircraft up
taxi.
here that he needs to taxi, and of course, I think we're waiting on a departure and an
The
arrival.
Boeing at signature. Say again?
Yes, Boeing 7600 Kilo with information, Mike, ready taxi.
Did clearance tell you to contact me?
No, I just figured. Should I go back to clearance?
Boston ground, JetBlue 1883, ready for taxi.
On a Bravo 19, which is down here, Alpha, Echo, and then it looks like the third one in. Price is Right rules? No, never. Shaq OSC hit the follow button. Shaq, welcome. Good to see you.
FedEx 9950. Get rid of these two aircraft behind you on Kilo and then push on Kilo approved advice ready to taxi.
Get rid of the two behind on Kilo, push on the Kilo approved, come taxi.
Well, Bet Dave would have had it instead of you anyway.
United 255, monitor tower 128.
Bet Dave had the 135, CB Flyer had the 145. We were in between that.
Yeah, I thought I said that. United 225, monitor tower 128.8.
128.8 for United 225. Thank you for your service. Have a good one.
Good evening.
And timing-wise, we expected to be down here
It's
when?
going to be a few minutes here for pushback.
8:41, and it's 8:53 now.
Yeah, Roger, no worries, guys.
I think what I'm going to do is
American
probably
2455, Boston ground, are you here?
Yeah, 2455.
let's see how bad the delay is taxiing in.
American 2455. Okay, did clearance tell you to push back?
We'll expect to be pushing back at 9:30.
Okay, are you ready to taxi?
So that's going to be a little bit of a extension from
2455.
our original schedule.
Perfect.
Okay, there's
American
a
2455, runway 9er, taxi via Echo 2.
there's a departure
Kilo,
going.
Mike,
So that's
cross runway
probably
4
what's
left.
been holding us up in terms of taxiing in. So now that departure's gone, hopefully that means we can go ahead and
Ground Delta 691, spot 7 ready.
get moving here.
Aircraft at spot 7, I'll fly right back. Brake cactus 617, push on Echo approved, and advise ready to taxi.
So I expect we'll get November, cross 15 right, and then Alpha Echo.
Delta 691, actually stand by.
But it's Speedbird 1 Bravo Super that's in front of us. So that's who we're going to have to wait on.
Stand by, Speedbird 1 Bravo Super. Taxi
Oh, there we
to
go.
the gate via runway 33 left, Lima. JetBlue 2459, continue on Mike and monitor tower 128.8.
We'll continue on Mike and monitor
33 left in Lima. I see 33 left.
50 up trailer 20.
JetBlue, let's see, JetBlue 23, you are ready to taxi, right?
Yeah.
I don't see Lima though. I don't see where he's
JetBlue
going.
23, runway 9er, taxi via Charlie, Bravo, and hold short of Echo.
So smooth of a touchdown. You thought I was under 100. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see a 143, but happy with the overall execution.
JetBlue 387, runway 9er, taxi via November, Bravo, hold short of Charlie.
Runway 9, November, Bravo, short of Charlie, JetBlue 387.
USAir 5514, Boston ground. Hello? Which gate would you like?
We'll take one of the Bravo gates down off the Echo. That'll work.
USAir 5514. Okay, taxi via November, November, Bravo, hold short of Echo, cross 15 right.
November, Bravo, short of Echo, cross 15 right, USAir 5514. Okay, so we'll go November.
Sorry, you ready to go?
FedEx 9950 is ready to taxi.
Left on Bravo,
FedEx
not Alpha.
9950, runway 9er, taxi via Kilo, and hold short of Mike, cross 4 left.
Kilo, short on Mike, cross runway 4 left.
And then we'll hold short when we get down to Echo.
Level 34 is also ready to go.
So it'll be a left here on Bravo after the JetBlue.
Ground Boeing 7600 Kilo, we're checking the clearance, and they had told us to monitor you.
Yep, I'll call you right back. Break American 2455. Yeah, perfect. Looks like you're starting your taxi again. Delta 691, runway 9er, taxi via Kilo Bravo Mike.
Taxi runway 9er via Kilo Bravo Mike, Delta 691.
And JetBlue
Okay, so
1883
southbound now
information light.
on Bravo. And then we're going to go
FedEx and then continue Bravo
past
Mike.
Foxtrot. So we're at Quebec now. We're going to pass Foxtrot.
JetBlue 23, give way to FedEx and then continue Bravo Mike.
And then we got Charlie, and then down to Echo.
Boston ground,
9950,
Delta 9531,
actually,
15
disregard
right,
that,
going to signature.
Okay, stand by.
Say again for FedEx 9950.
Ground American 2115, just push back into Delta 34, just verify that.
Okay. We're holding short of Bravo
FedEx
here.
9950, monitor tower 128.8, see ya.
Well, after so we're on Bravo. We're holding short of Charlie. The first right after, the next right is Alpha 2, and then the next right is Echo. Taxi light off while we're sitting here holding behind somebody. You kind of want to turn the taxi light off just as an indicator that you're not moving. And especially if you're holding short of a taxiway, you would kind of turn the taxi lights off as a double indicator that you're not moving.
Aircraft calling short of 15 right, I'll call
Okay,
you
so
right
that
back.
JetBlue is turning left. Okay, interesting.
Ground JetBlue 1883, I'm not sure if you received my message. I'm ready for taxi. We have information light.
Okay, so the next right is Alpha 2. The right at the bottom of Bravo Terminal is Echo, and that's the one we're going to hold short of.
1883, runway 9er, taxi via Alpha 1, Bravo, Foxtrot, Mike, cross runway 4 left, and hold
I do like that I've got much more like fine control over the taxi, over the over the rudders, rudders and the nose wheel steering with these pedals.
And hold short of Charlie, JetBlue 1883.
Much more fine control over the rudders and the toe brakes here.
Ground Cactus 617.
I do notice that there's a little bit of glitchiness as I move these pedals left to right. Probably just needs they need a cleaning, but the good outweighs the bad, I think.
Who just said they were ready to taxi?
Cactus 617.
Cactus 617, perfect runway 9er, taxi via Echo, Mike, cross runway 4 left.
Runway 9er via Echo, Mike, cross 4 left, Cactus 617.
Okay, so we're gonna go.
5514, give way to the USAir Airways, the other US Airways A321 right to left on Echo, and then taxi via Echo to the ramp.
All right, after company right to left, Echo to the ramp, USAir 5514. Yeah, we're using the old call sign. He's using the not as old call sign.
Boston ground, JetBlue 917 at Charlie 21, ready for push and start.
Aircraft calling for push, I'll get back to you. Break Chowder 9531, Boston ground. Hello, taxi to the signature ramp via runway 33 left and Lima.
33 left and
So I wonder if
Lima
FSLTL's
to
got him
ramp.
represented faithfully here. We'll see. Look at that.
Delta 9965, Boston ground. Hello,
Beautiful.
taxi via November Bravo, hold
That
short
is
of Echo,
nice.
cross runway 15 right.
Let's get the heritage shot here.
Okay, taxi to North Fargo via runway 33 left.
Grab your screenshots. Grab your screenshots. That is super. All right, taxi light on, and let's rock and roll here.
And Delta 9965, congrats on passing IFR testing.
Thank you.
Did you already have that in by chance?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I was just wondering if you had redone it or not.
That's a new rating. JetBlue 23 is holding short of Mike for...
Somebody's dreaming of being in a little puppy chase down there.
JetBlue, sorry, who was holding short of Mike?
JetBlue 23.
Alright, so we want to make the right turn. So we got taxi light off as we're entering the ramp here.
Tower 121.8, JetBlue 23. Bye-bye.
Oh, Mad Noob figured out how to put in favorites. I did a thing. I love it when we do things. Doing things is cool.
Delta 691, monitor tower 128.8.
Okay, taxi lights off.
691, monitor tower 128.8.
We're not going to conform exactly to the...
Okay, JetBlue 387, continue
exactly to the
monitor
markings
tower
here.
128.8.
Light monitor tower, JetBlue 387.
Back to 617, monitor tower 128.8.
Monitor tower 28, KSYR 617, good night.
Boston ground, JetBlue 2939 is ready for taxi.
Stand by. German cargo 3797.
Alright, parking brakes on. Alright, let's get back to our flow list here. Was it a good dream, Mozzie? Did you catch it?
Push on the ramp at on discussion, advisory for taxi 3797.
Boston ground, American 2115 ready to taxi to active.
Alright, master warning knob, oxygen systems
American
off.
2115, where are you?
I am at Piers Bravo.
Get the engine gens off, 1 and 4.
American
Pack number 2.
2115. Oh, okay.
Throttles to cut off.
Taxi via Kilo and hold
Verify they all went.
4 left.
Okay, 4 to 1, good.
Taxi via Kilo, hold short of Mike.
Fasten seatbelt signs can come off.
American 2115.
Pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats off.
Delta 34, Boston ground.
Delta 34 heavy
Ice
is...
detection.
Okay, you're
Beacon
just
lights.
behind this other American, right?
Let's go over to the tablet. Let's get the wheel trucks sets.
There, but that's okay.
Let's go ahead and get ground power. Let's do a
Kilo and hold short of Echo.
yeah. Let's do a 10-minute deboard.
The American in front of us is blocking taxiway Kilo, but we'll
Let's
try
go up
instead.
to
Kilo and hold short Echo. Delta 34.
Delta 34, yeah, he's going the same way as you said.
galley switch.
You're good to go.
Pack 1 off. External power.
American 2455.
APU gen
Sorry, monitor tower 128.8.
Monitor tower 28.8.
APU air off. And APU off. I don't think I have the APU air. Okay, yeah, on correct sheet. Let's add that line.
Break American 1975. Taxi via November, Bravo, cross 15 right and hold short of Echo.
So this is the first time I'm using ground power in this aircraft. So I've changed up my flow list a little bit, just trying to make sure that it's correct. Alright, so external AC on we did. APU gen off, APU air off.
Right, also Echo.
APU gen off, APU air off, and then the APU off, off. And then the left inner fuel pump off.
Squawk 3433.
Up top, we can get the AC and PTU pumps off. As soon as we do that, we see the hydraulic pressure drops to 0. These switches don't matter anymore. The engines are already off, but the AC and PTU keeps hydraulic pressure in the system even when the pumps fail. So that you kind of saw that in action a second ago, but we can shut those off for now. And then we'll come back down to set 2000.
Actually, hold short runway 4 left.
And back into standby. Alright, the ETA is a little bit out the window because we got that little bit of a taxi delay coming in. I think the timing was good for the most part until that. We were expecting to be down at 8:41. It's 25 minutes late. We got airborne about 5 minutes late, and then we had a little bit of a taxiing delay. Supposed to have 10,000, almost 11,000 still remaining in the tanks. What do we have? Pretty close, 10,414.
Push on Echo approved, advise ready to taxi.
So burned a little bit on the taxi in, I expect. 570 pounds short, but we're fine. That's well within margins.
November 7600 Kilo, Boston ground.
We already did.
Taxi via Bravo and hold short
your predictions we already did, and then we're going to take it from the top here and get ready to head down to DCA. So hopefully some of our colleagues from Washington Air TCC will still be on. And we'll either do the river visual Or we will see if we can get permission. If we don't end up on the approach to runway 1, we'll see if we can get permission to circle and land on 33. So either way, we should have a fun approach to do down at DCA. But let's take a quick.
I'll call you right back.
Well, I'll tell you what. First, let's file our flight plan for leg number 2, and then we'll take a quick break out of the cockpit. We'll expect to push off by 9:30. We can do that, I think.
A little bit, and then take kilo.
And then we will get underway. Yeah, we want to pull all that stuff in, save us some typing.
Delta 34. Otherwise, you can continue on Echo. And just
Boston,
take your first
off
right
block. We're going to call it.
Step onto the taxiway.
What is it?
that's to your
0130.
right.
Hold on, let me get
Roger,
the.
we'll take Echo and then onto Kilo, Delta 34.
Yeah, so it's Echo, Echo 2, and Kilo.
0130, 28,000,
and then Kilo,
and 420 KDCA. Alternate's going to be Richmond. 119 in the air. 0258 in the tanks. And
772, taxi to the gate via November Alpha, cross 15 right.
file the Atlantic routing that comes in over Easton and the DL3 arrival. Everything else down here is the same.
Alpha, cross 15 right.
And we'll go ahead and file that.
November Alpha, cross 1 right.
Alright, and while our clearance controller's looking at that, well, it didn't take them long to look at it, did they?
Bravo.
Did it?
November, Bravo.
Yeah, they put it in exactly as expected. Okay, very good. Well, we'll get started on that then when we get back. And leg number 2 will be underway then. And in the meantime, just a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. We'll give you a nice view of the airport operations. And we'll be back with you in just a few, guys. Sit tight, and lots of flying left to do on our Slant Alpha Adventures regional circuit night here at the Boston Virtual Air TCC airspace.
Republic Embraer that's joining Bravo from November.
See you again in just a few.
Alright, in case, good way to the Republic American 1975 with C-51.
Ground on 34, just to declare you told us to hold short of Alpha.
Affirmative.
With November ready for next one.
Sailing cargo 3797 heavy, runway 15 right, taxi via Lima.
15 right, next way, November 3797.
Ground Delta 34 heavy, just checking you told us to hold short of Alpha.
Yeah, affirmative.
Roger, we'll hold short of Alpha, Delta 34 heavy.
Target 1550, are you up?
Standby, pushing start, exactly 913.
Hey, ground, hi, American 1550, holding short of 1.5 Between 917, Boston ground, push on Alpha for correction, push onto the ramp at your discretion, advise for dispatch.
Push onto the ramp at my discretion, but ready, taxi, Dublin 13.
American 1550, you up? Yes, go ahead, VDC number 1550. American 1550, taxi via November, Bravo, and short of Echo.
Okay, November, Bravo, okay, go on, make it 1550.
November 00 kilo, hold short of Quebec.
Hold short of Quebec,
Brickyard 4655, just hold short of Charlie there for this JetBlue, and once he's out of the way, you can continue taxi. Brickyard 4625, you're ready to taxi.
Yes, we are already down on Breaker 4625.
Brickyard 4625, okay, runway 9er, taxi via Echo, Echo 2, Kilo, and hold short of Alpha for that.
Alright, 9er, Echo, and 2 Kilo, short of Alpha, Breaker 4625.
Delta 34 heavy, continue on Kilo, hold short runway 4 left. 34 Heavy, continue on Kilo and hold short runway 4 left.
Continue Kilo, hold short runway 4 left, Delta 34 Heavy.
324 left, Quebec.
Delta 34 Heavy, continue via Kilo, line, cross runway 4 left.
Kilo line, cross runway 4 left, Delta 34 Heavy.
Delta 34 Heavy, once you are crossed runway 4 left, then monitor tower 128.8.
Monitor tower 128.8, Delta 34 Heavy, thanks for the service, see you next time.
Yeah, and somebody else is calling for something.
Frequency clear, 4 left, 2 right.
Reaper 2, Boston ground, where you parking?
TA.
Reaper 2, taxi to signature via Quebec Alpha.
Quebec Alpha, Reaper 2.
Number 7600 Kilo, get rid of the 737 in front of you, then continue Bravo and hold short of Charlie.
Alright, give way to the 73, continue on Bravo, hold short of Charlie, there's the deal.
American 1975, right on Echo to the gate stand. Right on. Reaper 1, Boston, got you up?
Yes, sir.
Reaper 1, taxi to the gate via November Alpha, cross on 5 right.
November Alpha, cross 15 right, Reaper 1. Boston ground station, 1 whiskey take off on 4 right at Hotel, looking at taxi signature.
Call back.
That's going to be 1 whiskey take off on 4 right, looking at taxi signature, off Hotel.
Yeah, I'll call you right back.
Okay, ground over here, 4655 out, the wingtip cleared, back to side step Alpha.
Breakout 4655, sorry, you said you can turn Charlie Alpha?
Yeah, if you can get that.
Sure, taxi to Charlie Alpha, hold short Echo.
Alpha, hold short Echo, breakout 4655. American 828, hold short 1 track right.
Number 1 whiskey Tango, are you on?
Number 1 whiskey Tango.
Alright, go back to the other frequency, I thought you told you to contact me.
Right.
Around, Mayfair 1, average 70. Aircraft on for taxi, did Zero tell you to contact me?
Affirmative.
What was it called?
Mayfair 1, Foxtrot Alpha Alpha 1.
Okay, I'll call you back. Break, German cargo 3797, monitor tower 128.8.
Monitor tower 128.8, German cargo 3797, and we see him.
So the 26, correction, Jeffrey, 2969. I got one more arrival on 4 left, so I hold it to you, and then we'll get you going.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Break up 4655, new Alpha Echo to the gate, yeah.
Echo to the gate, breakout 4655.
Breakout 4625, taxi via Kilo, Bravo, Mike.
Nice little parallel arrival there. We had the little GA plane that arrived on the 4 left, and then the jet arrival on 4 right there. Kind of cool. Let's get back into the aircraft, shall we? And let's get underway for leg number 2.
Breakout 4625, disintegrate Kilo, Bravo.
So we don't need to talk to clearance. Departure frequency 133.0. Transponder is going to be 7370. Departing. Might not say.
With 2969, sorry, I lied. There's one more arrival.
2165 to push. It doesn't say the departure runway, but I think it did in the ATIS information. If we come back, we can make sure we got the updated one. It is November now. Departing runway 9.
Alright,
And 33 rights approved for turn off. So departure runway is runway 9. Okay. November. Okay. 2991. Which I think we already have set across the board here. All right. It is the Boston Regional Circuit between Syracuse and Boston. We've already made that trip, Syracuse to Boston. We're heading down to Washington National now. Our slant artwork adventure is, since we're in a 90s vintage jet doing a 90s vintage trip, figured I'd put myself in 90s vintage gear, and since we started in Syracuse, we've started in front of the Carrier Dome, we've now updated that to the Pontiac Dome with the USAir BAe-146 climbing out behind us. If you want to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do to make the change there. Let's get back into the flow list and get ready to set up for leg number 2.
So be 2969, cross 4 right on, cross 4 left on Charlie, and then right
passengers, yeah, we're going to set it to 80-ish, 2,400 pounds of cargo in the front and back. We always have this glitch occasionally, especially if it's a new livery, where the little keypad does not come up in the tablet. We have a couple of other little tablet-related glitches as well, but they're not showstoppers. We can normally work through them. 80.
We're good. 4625, Boston ground. Oh, and he's gone. Okay, November 7600 kilo.
They were trying to tell me you had a hot mic. Alright, so 2,400 in each cargo bin. We got 80 passengers. Let's go ahead and start the boarding process.
Bravo Echo to the gate, American 1550, thank you.
Well, we've got our clearance already.
We've got
the ATIS.
You can monitor tower 128.8.
Altimeters are set. Field elevation should be right around 19 feet.
Thank you for the patience.
So that, and that, all looking good.
4625, buddy, here. We're at 4625, you're loud and clear now. You can join Mike.
Com radios, see, we got 21.9, and it said, what are we monitoring for push? 2165, I think it was.
Alright, we'll do it.
So 21.
828, that's going to be
65.
this departure, then I'll get you in.
Standing by, American 828.
21.9's ground frequency. And then tower, looks like it's 28.8. And then departure frequency was 133.0. We'll get that set. 133.0, I think it was. Double check that. So we're on 2, 2165, 21.9, 28.8, and then 33.0. Okay, yep, all set. Let's go ahead and get our flight plan deleted, and then let's enter the new one. KSYR-KBOS. We're going to accept that. The departure plan, go into menu, depart from 9, which is and choice 3. It is the SOX 7. So we go next. That's 9, enter. There's no transition, so flight plan.
Clearance,
we'll check on that in just a moment to make sure that all the correct points got in there. So SOX 7, and then Q167 to Zizzy.
Contact ground 121.9, response 7 for taxi.
SOX 7 to SOX, and then we'll do a list. Actually, if we go to point 8 and then list, we're going to list airways. Yeah, Q167 is the only choice. And that takes us to Zizzy and then Canuck. So Zizzy is choice 6, enter. After Zizzy, it's K and UKK. Enter. Accept. 21 is going to be ATR and then Laughlin and the deal 3. So ATR, enter. accept, Honolulu VOR. And then I'm just going to put in KDCA, enter, and accept. And then we just need to figure out, we can put in a best guess for right now. Doesn't mean that that's going to definitely be what we get when we get down there, but we can check and see, are they landing northbound or southbound? Looks like they're landing southbound. Oh, cool. We get to fly the river visual. So, yep, landing southbound. So, let's go to the menu. Arrival plan. Runway 19. Enter. It's going to be the Deal 3 arrival from Laughlin. And RNAV Yankee or RNAV Zulu to runway 19. Obviously we're probably going to fly this the river visual. One of those, though, I'm not going to put the whole route in, but we're just going to one of those follows the same exact path. Looks like the Yankee... Yeah, it looks like the Yankee follows a slightly simplified path. Well, they all do. Tuning Grace, Fomby, Jubal.
Flight 234 about to clearance. Good evening. Quick background to the route to their discretion.
Yeah, so this looks like it files... On Jubal, we're so and fire up. Yeah, this is a slightly simplified path. Minimum's a 780. Yeah, R&P. Yeah, I think we're going to do the RNAV Yankee because it's a slightly simplified path and a higher minimum, and I bet you our ancient equipment is more likely going to be able to fly that. However, we're going to fly it as a visual if weather conditions permit. So we're going to enter it, though, in as the RNAV Yankee. Enter. And we'll put that into the flight plan. So now let's check. Let's check, first of all. We got the follow there from Skeptical Fox. Skeptical Fox, welcome. Not sure what to do to make you a believer in us, Skeptical Fox, but we'll take it for right now. It's the SOX 7 with a continuation, and it is just a pilot nav departure, runway 9, which is this one here, 092. So Claw, Fenway, Bucket, Jester, and SOX. Let's make sure those points are in there correctly. Claw, Fenway, Bucket, Jester, and SOX. And those are all the points on the en route. Let's make sure that we're navigating to our second point there. Okay, good. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And then on the arrival, Laughlin, Billet, Deal, Edgy. I know these. I control these most of the time. And then when we get to the point where we're breaking off, we need the Deal 3 arrival here. And we'll rotate it around to the right so we can see it. Yeah, so after Deal, then Edgy, Thane, and Megs. And then Vectors, and then... Yeah, we already looked at those. Derek, Suni, Rourke, Slacker, Dalla, and Udeer. And then the runway, yep. Okay. Alright, so all that's good. Let's put the flight plan page over there. Let's put the nav page over there for now. On the departure, maintain 5,000. As we get climb via SID, okay? Climb via SID. Well, the SID says 5,000. So that's what we're going to do. It also said squawk 7370, so that's what we're going to do. 7370, and put it into transponder mode. Initial of 5,000. Flight director's on. We'll arm the initial altitude. We are going to arm it in LNAV. We put it in VNAV mode first here. Now we can try that. Yeah, there we go. So we are going to arm it in LNAV, since this is not a pilot nav. This is not fly runway heading, expect vectors to claw. This is just go to claw. So we are going to start it in LNAV mode this time. Comm radios, eye for clearance, squawk, transponder, initial altitude, initial heading. Now the initial heading is going to be a 09 or 2, but we're not going to start in heading mode, but we'll set the initial heading just in case something happens and we need to return to the airport. We'll have that runway heading set, and we can formulate a plan from there. Alright, we were expecting to push by the bottom of the hour, and yeah, we're going to be just a minute or two late, but we'll go quickly as we can. Left inner fuel pump, APU can start. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard USAir Flight 5514 service to Washington National. We're due to push back here any second now, and then should be wheels up by about 20 till the hour. Might be just a few minutes late, quarter till the hour. Worst case scenario, hopefully, unless we encounter any taxi delays. Weather here is in the low 70s with calm winds and mostly clear skies, and we expect pretty smooth sailing, at least for the first part of our journey. We'll give you an update on the weather situation in the Washington, D.C. area once we get close to starting our descent. In the meantime, sit back, relax, fasten the seatbelts, and we'll be underway shortly here. Thanks again for flying along with us on USAir 5514 service to Washington National.
Austin clearance version 158
All right,
heavy with
APU
information November.
Gen on, APU air on, pack 1 on.
For push.
The external AC can be turned off, and the galley switch can be turned on.
Monitor ground 121.9 for a push.
121.9 version
Over here,
158 heavy.
boarding is complete, so we can disconnect the GPU. Okay, we do have the brakes on, so we can remove the wheel chocks as well.
That's correct. That's spot 7. You can contact ground 121.9.
Did it register that?
Contact ground. That's 2034. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, it did register that. Let's also make sure we set the trim. Okay, wheel turned. Oxygen systems can come on.
November and say gate number.
Fasten seatbelts, I already turned on, okay. Cabin pressure, I'm going to cruise at 28,000, so we'll crank that up to that. Cabin altitude will be 7,500 when it gets up there. Ice detection system can come on, and we got anti-icing for the engines on just for the startup process. Temperature, what did we say the temp was? I think it was 22. 22, yeah. Okay.
Current delivery, November 622 Golf.
Clear for calling Boston 5FS.
Power on. We'll go 750 and we'll set takeoff.
But this is my first
and then we'll set flaps for, yeah, bugs for flap 18.
I have no sound on my aircraft, but can I carry on with it?
Alright, let's get our...
I'm sorry, last calling. You said you're not able to receive radio?
Pre-plan. Let's push back on the Echo facing east.
I cannot hear my aircraft.
Unfortunately, I can't do much to help you troubleshoot. It'd be within this sim itself.
Let's push back outside of the service.
My flight plan?
Who is this calling?
Request our pushback, and we'll make sure we have...
Calling? I don't know your call sign.
Yeah, it's November 622 Golf.
Okay, so it looks like we're clear to push, but we'll have to confirm that.
218 Golf, negative. I don't have a flight plan for you.
Okay, beacon light on. Pack 1 off. Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. Start master can come on. We'll get ready to start number 4. And then we'll...
1951, roger. Monitor ground 121.9 for push.
Okay, probably be told the same thing. Let's just confirm it's still November. And Boston ramp, USAir 5514 off of Bravo 19 with November. We're ready to push also.
USAir 5514, Boston clearance, verified information November.
Yep, November on board.
USAir 5514, roger, monitor ground 121.9 for push.
Alright, 21-9er. We'll monitor that USAir 5514. Alright, monitor that. So that doesn't mean switch over and call in. It means switch over and listen in.
Push on Alpha approved. Advise ready to taxi.
Advisor taxi.
USAir 5514, Boston ground. Push on Echo approved. Except wait for a Delta A319 that's going to pass behind you.
Okay, we'll wait for the A319 and then we'll push on Echo USAir 5514.
Unit 1896, turn right on Mike and monitor tower 128.8.
21-8 after Mike.
Okay, now he looks like...
Boston ground, good evening. Delta 375 Heavy, we have information. November, we're at Echo 11, requesting push and start.
Well, let's... So, the outbound guy looks like he's not on Echo, looks like he's on Kilo, so I'm not sure why we had to wait for him. But we might be waiting for this inbound one here. If he does indeed turn right, then that's the one we're waiting on.
Delta 375 Heavy, Boston ground. Hold your clearance plate to contacting.
Yeah, this is the one we're waiting on.
Yeah, we got the CBC, so both will contact you with the aid spot number.
Just check the frequency because that's not my frequency.
Okay, sorry.
All good, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, so that's the one. That's the one we're waiting on. So parking brake comes off.
The runway that you're going to depart
Hold comes off. And then we'll come up top and we'll
Delta 1432.
fire up
You're
the
going to
number
be behind
4.
United. Monitor tower 128.8.
Yeah, that guy did get fully clear, so we're good.
128.8.
Wait till we get 2% pressure in. 2%, yes, not pressure. 2% rotation in.
Delta 2234,
Fuel comes in.
Boston ground, runway 9er, taxi
Temperature
via
comes
Kilo,
up.
Mike, cross runway 4 left.
Runway 9er, taxi via Kilo, Mike.
I like this answer to the last guy. Which direction should we face when we push? The direction that you want to go.
Says 8693, Boston ground, runway 9er, taxi via Kilo,
Okay.
Mike, cross runway 4 left.
Kilo Mike, cross 4 left, 8693.
Delta 1075, you can make that turn into the ramp there as long as you just don't crash into those planes in front of you.
Delta 9351 for taxi.
Delta 9350,
Okay, 2%.
1, runway 9er.
Engine comes out of
looks like
cutoff.
you're facing the other way, but that's okay. Runway 9er, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, Mike, cross runway 4 left.
9 by Alpha, Charlie, Mike, cross.
Parking brake is now on. We got brake pressure. We're done with the pushback app.
Was it the flight
Looks like a
plan
pretty
from
nice stable
December?
landing there. Well done, Captain.
Yeah, that doesn't really
Okay,
matter.
red light goes out.
The runway's going to be in. Do you know what the ATIS is, Delta 9351?
Yeah, sir, we were on it.
Cabin is secure.
I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be runway 9er for departure.
Alright, thank you.
American 3015, Boston ground, taxi via November, Bravo, hold short of Charlie.
Okay, 2% in.
November, are we clear to cross 15 right to rank for 3015?
Yeah, sorry, cross 15 right.
Cross 15 right, November, Bravo, and we're going to Bravo 18, American 3015.
Okay, 6, 7, 8,
Delta 375 heavy.
9,
Boston
10. Then it'll
Grand,
take
hello
off,
again.
and then we'll.
There is
see
going
the
to be a Virgin A350 passing behind you. Behind that aircraft, push onto the ramp and advise ready to taxi.
Okay, we'll push onto the ramp, advise ready to taxi. Once the Virgin A330 is clear of us, Delta 375 heavy.
Virgin 158 heavy.
Okay, once we
ready
get
to taxi.
2% in.
One more minute.
Okay, Delta 375, yeah, just once C's past you, then yeah, you're good to go.
Roger.
Delta 2234, right on mic and monitor tower 128.8, see ya.
Right on mic, monitor tower 1288. That's 2234, see ya.
Okay, after we
693, right on mic, monitor
10% in, and then it should surge on up.
Tower 28.8.
We should lose that last warning light. Yep, okay.
Delta 9351, give way to the Air Canada
Off,
Regional
off.
Embraer, and so you're going to be fourth in line behind the Air Canada Regional.
Generators on.
So give way to
Screen and probe heat on. Packs
Delta
on.
9351, thanks. Monitor tower 128.8.
AC and PTU.
128.8, yep.
Think I got everything there.
Air Canada 9er Charlie Heavy, Boston ground, push on Alpha approved, advise ready to taxi.
Okay, flight controls.
Push on Alpha approved, will advise when ready for taxi, Air Canada 9er Charlie Heavy.
Watching flaps go out to 18.
76 Heavy, Boston ground, push on the
Parking
ramp at
brake
your
off.
discretion,
We'll
advise
hold the
ready to
brakes. We got
taxi.
brake pressure. We're good.
Push on the ramp.
Config check. No warnings.
Advisory.
And flaps are.
Virgin
Ooh,
158.
that config check
taxi,
should not
15
have passed with that warning system
All right,
knob out.
Markin
Now we're
3015,
good,
did
though.
you have a specific gate you wanted?
Bravo 18.
Then 3015, Roger. Make the right on Alpha 2 and then Alpha.
Okay,
hold
so
short
straight
echo.
out Echo
Turn
and
Alpha 2, Alpha, hold short echo, American
right on the
3015.
mic, I imagine.
Virgin 158 Heavy, runway 15 right, taxi via Lima.
15 right via Lima, Virgin 158.
Still November.
Ground Ultra 3 and X-ray Heavy is on November, short of 15 right for Echo 12.
Austrian 31 X-ray Heavy, Boston ground. Hello, I'll call you back.
Boston ground, USAir 5514 is Echo west of Alpha with November ready to taxi.
USAir 5514, runway 9er, taxi via Echo, and hold short of Mike, cross 4 left.
Alright, Echo, short of Mike, cross 4 left, USAir 5514.
Delta 375 Heavy, hold position. Just going to get one inbound in, and then after an Austrian 777 passes behind you, you can push back.
Yeah, so that American there is probably waiting to turn in, probably waiting for me to come out so he can turn in.
You can push back if you're already pushing. That's
He's
fine.
got me going straight, crossing for right, but short of
No,
Mike.
don't worry about it. You can push back.
Alright, sorry about that.
We got the taxi light
All
on.
good. Austrian 31 X-ray Heavy, just taxi in November, turn right on to Bravo,
And
then
weather.
hold position on Bravo.
Weather radar's on.
Okay, November, right turn Bravo, and we'll short, I guess, Alpha 1 for Austrian 31
UPS landed.
Yeah, just anywhere between November and Alpha 1 is fine.
Ground Brickyard 2796 is short of 4 left here at Foxtrot.
Brickyard 2796, Boston ground. Hello, taxi via Foxtrot, Bravo, cross 4 left, then hold short of Echo.
I'm Foxtrot Bravo, cross for left, and we'll hold short echo to the ramp, Brickyard 2796.
FedEx 1273 Heavy, Boston ground, push on Kilo.
Okay, so we were cross 4 left, but hold short of Mike. So we gotta make sure we don't turn, follow that guy.
128.8, see ya.
A little bit of weirdness there, as we're not really going to be completely clear of that runway.
American 3015, Echo to the gate, see ya.
Echo to the gate, American 3015, have a good night. Ground Challenger 15 Hotel, short of 15 right at November.
We'll kind of call that the happy medium of clear 4 right or 4 left versus short of Mike.
Hold position 15 hotel.
Taxi light off since we're not moving right now.
USAir 5514, join Mike, monitor tower 128.82.
All right, we'll join Mike and monitor tower, USAir 5514.
However, 15 hotel.
Cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 15 right.
Yankee, runway 33 right, November, and hold
Okay,
short.
pretty much turning the taxi light off because we're pretty much going to be holding in queue here.
15 heavy Boston Tower, traffic crosses downfield, departs and lands the crossing runways, runway 15 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 15 right, version 158.
Okay, no reason we have to stop at Kilo.
Boston Tower, United 212 on the ALS 4 right.
Delta 2234, contact departure.
Contact departure, Delta 2234.
Delta 9351, runway 9, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 9.
Jazz 8693, runway 9, correction, contact departure.
Departure, Jazz 8693.
United 212, Boston Tower, good evening, traffic departs and holds in position on the crossing runways, runway 4 right, clear to land.
4 right, clear to land, Unit 212.
Okay, and we're holding in position.
Traffic lands, runway 4 right.
Roger.
So cleared onto the runway, we hit strobes.
1276, hold short runway 15
Clear to
right.
go, we get forward-facing lights on.
Runway 15 right for
Let's get TARA on and continuous ignition on also.
Boston Tower, good evening, JustFlight 618, ILS 4.
JustFlight 618, Boston Tower, falling at 737, 2-mile final, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Forward, clear to land, JustFlight 618.
Delta 4930, taxi via runway 33 right, November, hold short runway 15 right.
33 right, November, hold short runway 15 right, Southwest 4930.
CBS 1276, cross runway 15 right in November, traffic holds in position, contact ground point 9.
All right, we had on the revised timeline, we had hoped to be airborne by 3 minutes ago, but it looks like we're in pretty good shape here. We're number 1. I expect will be the next couple of calls here.
USAir 5514, Boston Tower, it'll be 1 minute for a couple minutes for departures.
No problem.
Southwest 4930, hold short at 15 right.
We'll just watch these guys.
Hold short 15 right, Southwest.
We'll just watch these guys do their thing here. Happy to do that.
Delta 9351, contact departure.
Departure,
Version 158 heavy, runway 15 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 15 right,
He's got heavies departing on another runway here, so that's an unseen delay.
5514, runway 9, line up and wait, traffic lands and departs crossing runway.
Okay, line up and wait, runway 9, and copy the crossing traffic on both USAir 5514. Alright, so cleared onto the runway, we'll hit the strobes on, but we're not yet going to turn forward-facing lights on. The forward-facing lights is the clue to anybody downfield who looks up and sees us sitting here. Are we rolling or are we not rolling? We've got the strobes on, we just want to be visible that we're on the runway. If we've got the forward-facing lights on, we're letting that downfield traffic know that we're running for them. Since we're not yet running for them, we're going to leave the landing lights off and the turn-off lights off.
Boston Tower, good day, Delta 2432 ILS, runway 4 right.
Delta 2432, Boston Tower, runway 4 right, clear to land.
There's the departing traffic. We've got somebody cleared to land now. If
Version 158, heavy contact departure.
Departure, version
he's got a gap prior to that landing traffic, he'll shoot us out here. Oh, nope, never mind, there was somebody landing ahead of him. But he's got a gap now. Be ready to go. No warnings, no vibrations. We'll spin the engines up just to make sure.
375 Boston Tower, runway 15 right, line up and wait.
15 right, line up and wait, Delta 375 heavy.
USAir 5514, runway 9, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 9, USAir 5514. Okay, forward-facing lights on. Spun the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations.
Power set, N1 achieved.
We'll set takeoff. We'll push the yoke forward a little bit just to Just to make sure we got nose wheel steering firmly planted to the ground. When we get the 80 knot call, we'll release that.
80 knots, cross-checked.
Roger, press runway 15 right on November Alpha to the Rams water ground 121.9, Southwest 4930. Have a good day.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb, gear up.
Okay, gear coming up. We'll pitch to the bubble speed. We'll hold runway heading.
November, short 15 right, 680. USAir 5514, contact departure.
Clear of
Another
conflict.
departure, USAir 5514. 5,000.
Delta 9351 180, direct med way.
Boston departure, USAir 5514, 1,000 for 5,000.
USA 5514, Boston departure, rear contact, climb maintain, 12,000.
12,000, 12,000, USAir 5514. Alright, 12. Okay, we are through 1,000. We can lower the nose, get some speed built up. We're going to capture a nice gentle vertical speed of 500 feet a minute. No. Go ahead and get the autopilot on.
VFTO, safe height speed.
Max continuous thrust set. We'll go ahead and get the flaps in now that we're past the red bug speed. Set the bug to 250. Bubble bug, as I like to call it. As soon as that bubble reaches 250, we'll pitch to maintain that speed.
58, contact Boston departure on 118.25. 118.25, Richard 158, have a good night.
$250. And I'm going to uncapture that and pitch up just a little bit because we missed it. Okay, we're after Claw. We're on our way now to Fenway. Uncapture. Let's pitch down just a little tiny bit.
Delta 375, Boston departure, rear contact, climb maintain, 8,000.
Okay, there we go. We are in max continuous thrust. We are clear of the runway, so we can go ahead and get continuous ignition off. We can go ahead and turn the engine bleeds on. APU air off. APU off.
Contact Boston.
And PTU and AC pump off. Whoops.
133.45. Sorry about that.
Didn't have the hydraulic pumps on for some reason. They're on now.
USA 5514, contact Boston departure on 120.6. Have a good one.
All right, 20.6 USAir 5514. We'll see you. Boston departure USAir 5514 is 6,800 going to 12.
Cruiser 5514 Boston departure, climb maintain 14,000.
14,000, USAir 5514. Okay, 14 set. Still climbing at 250. Path is good. Center up the heading bug just to have something to do. Still at max continuous thrust. Everything is looking good. Not yet at 10,000. We did all the post departure stuff. Let's just double check. I did get the continuous ignition off. Yeah, that's the one I always forget. But we did transfer bleed power over to the engines and shut off the APU, so that's good. Coming up on 9. As soon as we pass 10, we'll get some forward-facing lights off, and we'll do a cabin pressure check. In a lot of planes, and sometimes in this plane too, in a lot of planes though, you pass 10,000, you can accelerate and climb at a faster indicated airspeed. For my purposes, I find that the climb performance is best in this plane if you just leave it at 250 all the way up.
Boston approach short of 2393, passing 13,000, descending into robust 3 with November. 2393 Boston, bird altitude 299.
There's our 10. Landing lights off. Turn off lights off.
514, connect to Boston, center 133.45.
3345, USAir 5514, we'll see it.
Gemini 4 Max 0, just going to maintain flight level.
Oh, and what now? 14? Okay.
12330, 4 Max 0.
So forward-facing lights off. Let's do a quick cabin pressure check. Cabin pressure is climbing at a normal rate, going to about 75. But right now it's fine. Differential pressure is about a third of the way up, so we're good. Boston Center, USAir 5514, 11,000 for 14,000.
USAir 5514, Boston Center, climbing maintain flight level 282.
280, USAir 5514. Yeah, I hear you're trying to close now that I'm here.
I've been on for almost 3 hours now. Tired, ready to go to sleep.
Understood.
Delta 9361, clear expanding point type 0.
Am I talking to who am I talking to? Who I think I'm talking to? Oh, no, not who I thought it was. Oh well. Alright, 3 CB flyer, but still. However, I imagine it was a pretty intense 3. So I'll cut him some slack. Claw, Fenway, Bucket, Jester, and Socks.
United 1896 cross top and it's Charlie at and maintain 12,000.
We're almost at Socks.
Along Island altimeter 197.
So we're pretty much done with that. We got the deal arrival and then the RNAV Yankee to DCA, which is just what we have in to substitute for the river visual. I'm assuming the river visual is what they're running.
9 turn, 20 degrees right. 20 degrees right.
Information, Quebec, 200-9er, scattered at 3,500. Okay, so that's kind of borderline for the river visual, I think. But they can do it. 299-8. They are expecting the charted visual flight procedure, CVFP, that's what it stands for. Expect the charted visual flight procedure, river visual, runway 19, landing and departing 19 and 15. Multiple approaches in effect. They actually could clear us for 15. We're small enough that they can clear us for 15 if they want to.
Contour 1 Boston Center, we're closing up here, your frequency changes with cruise connect.
But yeah, so they are running the visual, but we're just going to put in the RNAV just as a
We'll leave maintain net 10, that's 4 minutes. For 1918, closing up, 19 top climb, rate of service terminated.
Anyway. Sorry, got sidetracked. So we got the river visual. 19 is what they're expecting. They can actually put us on 15 because of our smaller size. But we've got the RNAV Yankee to 19 just as a backup instrument approach to that. Give us a little bit of guidance and some guidance and some sanity check. I never did put the route in here.
American 1726, you can send vehicle and for right not closing up here.
If we want to
so taken for American 1776. American 1726.
We'll have that on there just to see. It won't be too long before we're going to be due to contact Washington Center anyway. But I wonder if Center's going to stay on. Maybe they'll just hand this off early. See what they do. I mean, we're not even out of Cape Cod. Not even out of Cape Cod yet, but we could still get in touch with 19, sector 19 that covers that northeast corner there. 2545. Frequency change approved. USAir 5514. We'll see. So we'll tune 2545, even though we're a little early. And then we'll. Doesn't look like they've got any local control at DCA, but it does look like they got a Potomac 1985. So we've got our center controller 2545, and then our approach controller 1985. That might be all that we talk to, and that's assuming they still stay on for us by the time we get there. But it also means I can take a break out of the cockpit and do a little refill of the beverage. We are through 18,000 now, so we can go ahead and set everything to standard. That's only one click up from where we were, so it's not that super critical, but now it's all standard altimeter. We are officially now at flight level something, not altitude something, since we've done that. Don't ever be calibrated to a local altimeter and say you're at flight level something. That's contradictory. But we're now calibrated to standard, so we are officially at flight level, whatever the gauge reads. Let's see, what else do we want to do through 18? Pretty much it, right? Cabin pressurization check. So the cabin altitude might still be climbing. It's going to go up to 7,500. Okay, so it's climbing for another minute or so. 500 feet a minute. It should be going to 75 to 7 now. So you figure 1 more minute from now it should level out. The differential pressure, I always like to say it's halfway up at 10, 2/3 up at 18, and then fully up to the maximum at cruise. So far, so good. And then, yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll step out of the cockpit since we still got 8,000 to climb, and we're not yet anywhere near Washington's airspace. Go ahead and take a quick duck out to grab another beverage. Oh my goodness, well, before we do that, we've got a raid to welcome. We've got our very good friends from the KSYR channel hitting us with the raid. Sim, hope that everything went well with your stream tonight. Don't know what you were flying or where you were going, but hope that all's well that ends well. And thanks to everybody coming over from the KSYR channel to check us out tonight. We're flying the JustFlight BAe-146. And that's a resubscription, a 12-month streak for 60 months overall, 1-year streak, and a 5-year overall subscription from KSYR. Holy cow. Thank you for the continued support of the channel, my friend. Truly, truly appreciate it. Climbing out of the Cape Cod area So we're to Boston to Washington, Reagan. So we're going to do our river visual for runway 19. That's at least the landing direction that they are now. I expect it to stay that way. The beautiful JustFlight BAe-146 expected to fly the river visual. If we end up flipping around to the northbound direction, I figure the other fun thing we can do is if we're assigned an approach to runway 1, we can do that break off and circle to land on runway 33. So either way, we should have a fun approach into Washington Reagan. We currently are not in staffed airspace, as Boston Center just went ahead and hung up the headphones for the evening, but Washington Center's still on, and Potomac Approach is still on, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that that remains the case. By the way, those of you coming over from the Sim Caesar channel, if you would like to participate in our side activity, we've got a side activity on the channel that is known as our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project where we basically create the thumbnail image that's going to represent the stream once we upload it to YouTube later. So we try to keep it somewhat relevant to what we're doing that night. We kind of figure, since I'm doing a vintage 90s trip, we've got me in my vintage 90s gear, although I still look as I do in present day. I did not look like this in 1990, I assure you. I did have a jacket that looked an awful lot like this. Since we started the night in Syracuse, we started at the Carrier Dome, and we've since had a request to change that to the Pontiac Dome. But me in my 90s wear with the USAir BAe-146 climbing out behind us. And if you want to add to or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, aka the alphabets points. Got the alphabet serial icon that represents those. Button next to that tells you how many you have. Click on it, puts you in the request queue to add to or modify our Slant Artwork Adventure. And then once I have a moment and can call your name, once you've done that, once I acknowledge that you've done that, you can then let me know right in the chat. You know, a few words up to a simple sentence. Don't give me like a paragraph or anything. But you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that Slant Artwork Adventure. But it all starts by going down to the bottom of that chat panel and cashing in 500 of your Twitch channel points. So if any of you want to get in on that action, you can go ahead and make those requests, and then I'll go through and take care of those once I am back in the cockpit. But we're going to take a quick step out. Jet pilot Cinnamon is here.
What day is it, Mike?
It is indeed hump day. But a quick duck out of the cockpit to refill the beverage, and we'll be right back for our descent and arrival into Washington Reagan National Airport. Sit tight, friends. More flying left to do in just a moment.
Direct boss, you can see it now, just 1883, thanks.
Alright, friends, back with you. Now let's, we're still in the climb. Go ahead and get the... We got one to go here, so... Just about to hear the alarm. At what point... So Topper is where we're going to call in, but let's look at Topper and see, like...
42 big correct, good. Yeah, 42 big correct, cleared to the Foxtrot Hotel Bravo Airport via radar vectors, Muncie, then Pilot. Maintain 7,000.
Looks like DC is all on one frequency now, 13372.
Departure on this frequency, squawk 2104.
I know he sometimes he and the one that was just off monitor the stream, so they might have known I was monitoring their other frequency that they just closed up. So crazy, you're looking for computer specs, you want to go down onto the About tab, it's all listed under there. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
American 2083. American 2083. Right, American 2083, deviation left and right of course approved. When able, clear direct to Raleigh Airport. Maintain 11,000.
Okay, so we're right over the east end of Long Island as we make our way down. Let's... I'm generally ultra crazy, but I've got a few settings tweaked down. Just, you know, a couple of settings dialed down just a touch, just to save on processing a little tiny bit. The actual order isn't down until here.
American 2083.
You know what we can kind of do?
2495.
What FPS do I get? I'm not really sure. Honestly, I don't pay too much attention to that. You know, I'm not a spec snob. I'm not a performance snob. I really just prefer that if the airplane works the way it's supposed to work, I'm good. Runs relatively smoothly and not super choppy. I don't sweat over the spec details or the sim performance details. So I don't know. If it looks relatively smooth to you, then that's apparently that's about what I get. I know that's a terrible answer, but let's just tune 113.4 and we'll get a distance from that. Oh, so I'm just buying a PC and looking for what I should get. Yeah, I'm not the guy to ask. I'm not a PC tech snob or tech nerd in that way. When I built this PC that I'm running, I had one of my colleagues in ZDC. I said, "This is the budget I've got. Tell me what to buy." It's it's at the bottom. Are you looking on a mobile app, crazy, or are you on a desktop, regular browser? Oh, you're mobile? How do you get to the About tab under mobile? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's tune the coil VOR 113.4, and then let's just see what our distance is to it. I have some commands set up crazy, but not too many people ask me about my PC specs, so I don't have that one. I mean, this one works, right? Now tell me that's not going to work. That one normally works. Oh, there it goes. It took its time. I have some stuff. But I figure if you want to know that other stuff about me, you can jump down the bottom there. Coil VOR 13.4. And then we'll see. Yeah, it's 109 miles. We're 109 miles northeast of Coil. We are in the JustFlight BAe-146. There she is. Vintage USAir livery. A small regional jet manufactured by British Aerospace. They did fly them in the U.S. here in the late 80s, early 90s as well. Not too many of them. They stayed later in service in Europe than they did in the U.S., but they're 80s and 90s vintage. And so there you are. That's way down the 1 Washington Center. Is that one?
6 traffic off fog, 15 miles opposite direction, Airbus
That what I'm
320,000
understanding? Yeah, so everybody on 3372. I want to say it was about $3,000 crazy. And this was this was in 2020. I had money set aside to go to Flight Sim Expo, and then when COVID hit and Flight Sim Expo got canceled, I checked with the wifey and I said, hey, all the money I had set aside, do you mind if I upgrade my PC? And she's like, yeah, no problem. You're going to spend it anyway. And I happened to do that. I pulled the trigger on that really relatively quickly before the prices on all the components shot up because of the pandemic. Ooh, we gotta watch. I gotta put the cruise power set here before we overspeed. Too late.
I did not catch that. What was the bump then?
It's going to be November 808, Mike Alpha.
There we go, 808 Mike Alpha, US 430.
Greetings from the flight deck, and with an update, we've reached our cruise altitude of 28,000 feet. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and the cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Maryland crab cakes. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Washington, D.C. when we are getting ready to start our descent. Meantime, thanks for flying along with us on USAir Flight 5514 service to Washington, D.C. Yeah, so I think it was around $3,000 crazy, but this was 6 years ago, and it was right before the pandemic. Well, it was just as the pandemic had hit, before the component prices all shot up. So I got in right on the right spot of the curve, and then I have since then upgraded the graphics card, and that I did like 2 years ago, maybe. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, Deadeye's chiming in. Yeah, there's plenty of folks in the chat that can help you better than I can in terms of what computer specs you should look for. I'm not your guy on that, and I'm not trying to pass the buck. I'm just being honest. Like I don't feel qualified to give you good advice on that. All right, let's check in with Washington Center. Yeah, it is definitely an 80s vintage aircraft. This UNS-1 flight management computer is really primitive. That's the kind of vibe you get on this channel. I mean, Slant Alpha, the channel's named after the concept of navigating only with the old school radio-based navigation. So when we started the channel 8 years ago, that's all we did. We navigated through VORs, and we didn't have any kind of RNAV capability in anything we flew. So it's just over the time that we've run the channel, we've kind of, it's gotten more and more impossible to even come up with a route that doesn't utilize some kind of RNAV capability. So we've gotten further and further away from that, but we definitely are a old school vintage type of channel for sure. All right, let's check in with center. Make sure we're good here. We're 70s. We're going to call it 75 northeast of Coyle VOR. Washington Center, USAir 5514 is 75 northeast of Coyle, flight level 280.
USAir 5514, Washington.
All right, now, next, let's take a peek at the DL3 arrival. I've done this many times from a controlling standpoint, but not too much from a flying standpoint. Well, I'll tell you what, we don't really have too much that we need to do in terms of adjusting the VNAV plan. Like with the J-Fund arrival into Boston, you know, I'll tell you. You know, just to kind of sketch out a concept of it. You know, here's our descent path into Boston. You know, but J-Fund arrival has, like, at this point you have to be at least at this altitude. At this point you have to be at least at this altitude. At this point you have to be at least at this altitude, but no higher than this altitude. At this point you have to be at this altitude, but no higher than this altitude. Right, so the UNS-1 is very primitive. It will plot a path that skims the lowest possible points, and it's not as efficient and it's not as continuous. So what I always try to do is mathematically come up with a more continuous approach that meets all the constraints, and that's what we did on the J-Fund arrival into Boston. I have a little spreadsheet I calculate. Now your modern FMC, if you're flying a 737NG or an A320, your modern FMCs do that path smoothing for you, right? They come up with a path that's, yes, it meets all the constraints above, below, and all that stuff, but it's the most fuel efficient and continuous smooth descent it can come up with that does meet all those constraints. You know, this aircraft doesn't do that. It just hits the lowest one all the way in. However, DL3 arrival, we've only got 2 altitude constraints, and they're at exactly, not at or above, not at or below, and so forth. Well, down here we've got, you know, if we're landing northbound and we take this fork to the south to land north, we've got a few more points that we have to hit. But landing north, we've got 11 at billet, 10 at deal. We don't have a choice. We have to hit those. So, not much to do except just do what the chart says. Not much to do in the way of decision making there. So let's put the nav page there. Let's put the VNav page there. Billet at 11, deal at 10. Okay, we're good. Our target's 2,000 feet per minute, and from our current flight level, that means we're 99 miles top of descent. So that's not bad. Let's go ahead and start doing a weather briefing at DCA. We kind of peeked ahead on the sky vector chart, but let's officially start a briefing. So information Quebec 29908 is the current local altimeter there. I'm going to keep the primary altimeters on 29902, but since I don't have a means of automatically bumping to the local altimeter once we pass 18 like we would in a NG, I'm just going to set the local one down here. They're going to look a little wonky in the meantime, as long as we know we're flying off of this one, but we'll transition to using this value once we're on the descent. What else we got there? Information Quebec 2006, so if we're landing 19 or 15, the wind is kind of splitting the difference there. It's only 6 knots, so we're probably fine there no matter what. Visibility is no longer not a problem. Few clouds at 3,500, so that's fine. We should be below that by the time we join the river visual, no problem. Scattered 14 and broken at 25. So they are putting us on the river visual to 19. I've got the RNAV Yankee to 19 just as a guidance backup. But we are going to be vectored into the area to the northwest of DC, and then we're literally going to be asked, do you have the river in sight? Yes, we do. Okay. Clear visual. Clear river visual.
American 2255, contact Atlanta Center 132.9 or 7.
Atlanta 3297, having 9, American 2255.
Alright.
Westland 28, what are you asked of?
Correct access is Westland 28.
American 1373, clear direct Ridgey, cross
So
Ridgey at flight level 270.
So billet, deal, edgy, thing, megs. And then a 327 indefinitely. And then vectors and then Derek. So let's make sure.
JetBlue 1883, descending to tackle 3, arrival landing east, Raleigh, altimeter 299er.
And we're parking on the north or east side of the lowest pier here, so off of kind of where Golf comes in, or Kilo 2, between Golf and Kilo 2. Did I ever do a, when we got up to cruise, did I ever do a final pressure check? I didn't, I don't think. But 7,500 and it stopped climbing and the differential pressure's below the yellow mark. So yeah, we're all good there. So Dan, thanks for chiming in on that. That I feel like you're probably a lot more qualified than I am to talk computer specs. Yeah, I bought all this crap 6 years ago, and I upgraded the graphics card about 2 years ago. I don't really know what I got, dude.
Sorry,
honestly.
Is that one of the questions?
I don't know what I got. That's why I listed all under the About tab. Hopefully, you can't figure out this. I don't know. I don't use the mobile app very much. On the desktop, it's very easy. It's over the window. That's what I'm looking at. Foxtrot's channel. Yeah, so if I click on his name, all right. So crazy, just for your edification. If I click on his name, it takes me to his kind of profile page, and then the About tab's like right under that.
Yeah, I'll turn you in a minute. I got traffic descending into Charlotte that you're going to cross in front of, so I just need to get you out in front of them just a little bit.
I assume that works with me too. You can also jump in on our Discord. Discord link's on the lower right-hand side of your screen. I got all that information on our Discord as well. So it's not like I'm trying to hide it. It's just that it's not what I focus on, you know.
USAir 5514, clear direct billet. Send a positive pressure, maintain flight 240.
Alright, pilot's discretion 240, direct billet, USAir 5514. Alright, so let's...
4853 is 8 miles from Wayne through 13,000.
Okay, so we got the shortcut going. Now we created that line and then instantly overshot it because the UNS-1 doesn't anticipate the radius of that turn. So let's just do another direct to billet and put us right on the new line that we just made. There we go. And I think he said 240 pilot's discretion. I'll confirm that with him. But we're not, since it's pilot's discretion to 240, we're not going to start dropping until 45 miles from now. I said it just reminded me. You said pilot's discretion 240, correct?
I'm sorry, who was that?
USAir 5514, sorry.
Yeah, USAir 5514, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240, and you are direct billet.
Gotcha. Yep, we're direct billet now. We're descent at about 40 miles, if that works for you, USAir 5514.
Perfect. That always sounds familiar.
Thought it might.
And our 2 big correct clear at Savannah, climb and maintain flight.
I know this guy quite well. I've sat next to him at a live event before. Dad says, time to do my test flight. Just bought the Citation X. Okay, there you go. Yeah, a little more modern than glass cockpit than I prefer, but do enjoy.
Center 2 Victor X-ray, contact Atlanta Center 132.97.
132.97, citation.
By the way,
Washington Center, Southwest 3422 is with you, 12,000, climbing her at 1,000.
Deadeye says it's a 1993 plane. Oh,
250.
still more modern and glass cockpit than I like.
Sorry, USAir 50.
Yeah, we'll chase. We'll do some chasing of you in the F-28. I mean, very, very similar. That's also a JustFlight product, if I remember correctly. Very, very similar in terms of its vintage and its navigation capability. By the way, if you're starting to think that this landmass looks familiar, yeah.
514 cross billet at 1,000 over altimeter 29908.
Right, 29908 and billet at 1,000. USAir 5514.
American 2036 cross Ridgey.
So now,
270.
now we don't have to wait to go down to 240. We can just go down to billet at 11.
Is that direct for American 266?
Not direct, but cross Ridgey 270.
Anyway, what we were about to say, that landmass, if that looks familiar, this is all that's kind of coming into my home area. My home area is down here on the Maryland Eastern Shore. This is New Jersey here, Delaware on the other side. This is the Delaware Bay, Delaware River going up to the right. So we're looking kind of at Cape May, New Jersey, and then right down here is Lewis and Cape and Lopin, and then the Delaware coastal resorts, and then down here just south of Delaware's my neck of the woods down there. Home sweet home, time to jump. No, I'm not jumping anywhere, man. I got a plane to fly. I gotta fly the river visual first, brother. Prove I can still do it. 20 miles to top of descent. We'll go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on.
617 Atlanta Center 132.97, 3297.
What's the weather? .26, which is what, high 70s? Yeah, high 70s, light winds, partly cloudy skies. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just about to start our descent down into Washington, D.C. Weather there is in the high 70s with very light winds and partly cloudy skies. We expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes. Cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. And we thank you for flying along with us on USAir Flight 5514. All right, 8 miles. Let's just go ahead. So we're 11,000. Let's go ahead and arm that. We'll go ahead in descent mode, but then we'll just synchronize the throttles. Pull them down. We'll wait until we hit 280 knots, and then we'll capture that.
83, contact Raleigh approach 124.905.
280 captured. We'll adjust the bug
883, 1883
to reflect
Raleigh radio check.
that.
JetBlue 1883 radio check.
And what descent rate do we want in order to hit?
1402, contact Indy Center 128.22.
Billet at 11, so we want about 1650 feet per minute. Okay, well, let's shallow that descent out a little bit then.
3297,
We also want to adjust the pressurization. DCA is pretty much at sea level, so we'll go ahead and dial this all the way down.
American 1373, descend via the Proud 2, arrival. The Philadelphia altimeter 29908.
Proud, send me the Proud 2 and the number 29908.
And let's keep adding some throttle back in.
When you transition, maintain 300 knots per greater.
300 knots greater in the transition, American 1373.
Okay, so we're captured right on 280. I've got the bug adjusted so that the bubble shows that we're right on target speed, and it's drifting up and down a little bit, but that's normal. But we want to be descending at 1650. We're descending at more like 12, 13, 1400 feet a minute. So let's take a little bit of throttle out to make sure we're descending just a little bit more.
Southwest 3422, clear right walk.
We are going to be flying the river visual to runway 19, most likely, although we might get broken off of that
Southwest 3422, direct walk.
Onto our runway 15 visual. They may visually follow the road to the airport or may proceed via the RNAV GPS 19 or Yankee 19 or via the RNAV Zulu 19 and then follow the road. The visual approach does not authorize penetration of P56, so we have to stay. You cannot go left of the river on the way in to join final. You cannot join final until you're over this last bridge. If you break off early and join final, as we see so many aircraft do, you're violating the prohibited airspace right over top of the White House. That is a huge no-no. That can lose you your license in the real world. VATSIM, it just gives you a gentle mocking. Depending on whose live stream you're on when you do it.
Delta 378, send positive correction, maintain level 290.
Send positive correction, maintain 290.
As we come up on 18, we'll reconfirm. Okay, Quebec 29908. So we'll go ahead and set 29908. We're a little bit early on this, but we know at this point we are definitely descending out of the transition. And then what's our target descent rate? 1850. Okay, so let's pull a little throttle out to steepen that descent up just a slight amount. Set our USAir 5514. We do have information Quebec at DCA.
Right. And then it's the Potomac and the tower hanging out tonight.
Oh, lucky them.
Watch the center, Tito's 11 with default level 260, about 20.
Okay, 1985. And then 191 for tower.
Center, roger, maintain level 260.
Tito's 11.
So, those of you who don't already know, I control for the Washington ARTCC on VATSIM. So, a lot of these guys are kind of familiar with the live stream, and some of them, they see me coming, and they're like, oh, I guess I'll jump on and make a cameo.
And American 2030, transition, do not exceed 3009.
Nice to have a group of friends to jump on and control for you when they see you coming. So. Victor 4288 is one of them.
Cleveland Center is closed. Frequency change approved. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, 1800. Let's add a little bit of throttle. It's kind of wavering back and forth between 1600 and 2000, so we should be okay here.
3422, descend via the Raven 9 arrival, landing east. The
ice detection warning. Let's go ahead and fire up some ice protection here in the continuous ignition.
Delta 9980, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
What is a VSCS?
VSCS is just a client that the controllers we can use for basically like the landline coordination piece of it.
Okay, copy that. I just saw in your remarks it says it was in use and then like 3 AHL. I was just wondering what that was about.
No, that's all it is. It's just our tool for landline communication on our end.
Alright, copy that thing.
So notice.
USAir 5514, contact Compass Press 119.85.
1985, USAir 5514. Notice when I put the ice protection on, the plane started plummeting into a steeper descent. And that's because some of that bleed power got diverted to power that anti-icing. Another approach, USAir 5514 is 17,300 for 11,000 at billet information, Quebec.
USAir 5514, approach low watch now, emergency 9 expect the river showing 1 matter and distance via the DL3 arrival.
That's the DL3 arrival, and expect the river visual 19, you said?
Affirm.
USAir 5514. Okay, so 1850 to billet, so we want to take a little bit of throttle out. It looks like our ice detection, or icing warning has gone off. But we are still right around that freezing point coming through a cloud layer, so I'm going to leave the ice protection on for now.
December 4853, Roger, can straight ahead on Yankee for now.
I am, however, going to fire up the APU as well. For arrival, we are going to want the APU running the running the packs. AC and PTU pumps on there as well.
Expect the visual in 10. We'll expect visual 10. We got uniform on board. We're expecting great service tonight. Southwest 3422.
Oh, well, you're out of luck then.
And Potomac, Commander 4853 looking now.
That's why we say expect doesn't mean what you're going to get. It's true in charts. And
4853 kind of left on Yankee 7, then the Zulu northbound to the ramp at the 9. Right, left Yankee 7 northbound on the ramp 4853. I'm going. So which gate are you going to? Alpha 4 Echo. Okay, you next to Yankee 7 straight ahead. Charlie, that has it, I think, flying.
Okay, no.
Yankee straight ahead, Charlie, and no worries, next to Charlie 4853.
So 14,000, we got 11 at billet. We need to descend at 2,000 feet a minute. We're pretty much nailing that. So all good. Now, APU air on. However, if I think that if I turn the engine air bleeds off, I lose my ice protection. So we'll leave the engine bleeds on for now, but for final approach, we're going to definitely need to knock that off.
Question when able. Delta 1462, someone go ahead.
I'm a bit confused. Will we contact you guys or Washington Lieutenant for an IFR clearance for that?
That will be me, and it will be a voice clearance, so let me know when you're ready.
Roger, we're ready to copy.
Coming through 10, let's go ahead and get forward-facing lights on.
62, clear to the Atlanta Airport, get a Cali 7 departure, then a south, Columbia 6, departure frequency 119.85.
And then at billet, we're supposed to still be at 280. No, deal was supposed to be at 280 at 10,000. So we'll keep the 280. We're not going to slow down, even though we're coming up on 10.
Clear to Atlanta Airport, be the Cali 7 departure.
Yeah, we're already turning toward the next waypoint here, so let's go ahead and just set it down to 10.
119.85, squawk 6265, up to 14.
We're not yet captured, so we're good.
1462, that is correct.
Still descending.
for departure.
Looks like it was starting to capture, but it's still got. Still getting this 280 down to 10,000.
1462 feet.
Alright, so we're 18 miles from Deal. And we need to keep 10,000 and 280 there, so we'll be ready to level off at 10. But we will throttle up to keep the 280 knots. We should watch it kick over from altitude arm to altitude hold, and it has. With that leveling off, we need to add power to keep speed. Alright, we're a little bit fast. Bring the throttles down just a tiny little touch. Alright, let's do a real quick brief. Key Bridge 900. So that's the bridge right before the island. 1500 at the reservoir, 1800 at the Chain Bridge, 1500 at the reservoir, 900 at the Key Bridge, 400 at the Rochambeau, and then down on. And this is the procedure that we're cleared for. Yeah, minimum is 3,500 feet, 3 mile visibility. 3,500 I think is what we've got, but it's scattered at 35, so that should be okay. And no missed approach altitude if we're flying it as a visual. There's no missed approach procedure on a visual approach. We would just get missed approach instructions from the controller. But
Departure Delta 2773 with you, data 4, core 3. Delta 2773 to departure with a contact climbing stance on level 210.
one thing we can do just for guidance is we can tune in the Washington VOR 111.0. VOR is right there at kind of on the north end of the airport. So if you take the DME and divide by 3, that's kind of how high you should be. Matter of fact, they used to have that on this visual chart, like DME references to the VOR that would help you figure out kind of how far you should be. But at 9 miles out, you should be about at 3,000. 6 miles out, you should be about at 2,000. 3 miles out, you should be about at 1,000. It holds up pretty well. So it'll be a good guideline for us. All right, where are we going now? Going to edgy and then thin. So we're still kind of being brought out to the north and east here, and then probably after Thane. See, here's the P-56, kind of after Thane and after Megs. So we're not going to be turned to join the approach until after that.
USAir 5514, descend to maintain at 6,000.
At a 6,000, USAir 5514. Okay, so first things first, down to 250 knots. Okay. Arm that. Capture the speed. Add some throttle back in so we're not plummeting, but we'll go ahead and rebug 250 now.
Delta 2773, Honda Washington Center, 133.72, have a direct flight.
Okay, 1,000, 1,200 feet per minute, something like that. That's perfectly acceptable. That's what we'll shoot for here. So there's our turnout to the northeast. Guess what? This, I believe, is the Wilson Bridge. The airport's probably right in here. This might be Roosevelt Island. This is probably the river that we're going to be following in. Yeah, so that's, I think that's the Wilson Bridge. So the airport's right behind the pillar here. This that splits off to the northeast is the Anacostia River that goes up towards the University of Maryland and Prince George's County. This is the Potomac. This is what we're going to follow inbound, so they're just going to run us outbound on it a little bit and then turn us inbound. They can't turn us inbound too early because, look here, here's the National Mall, and this is where the P-56 Alpha covers, and then the White House is kind of to the northwest of that. Yeah, there's our airport right there. Oh, we got the airport in sight. Yeah, clear visual approach. Yeah, sure. So yeah, they're going to run us to the north and west a little bit. After the Georgetown Reservoir, the first westbound bend will be clear of the P-56 Bravo, which surrounds the Naval Observatory. And then he could, depending on
514, descending tank, 3,000.
3,000, USAir 514. We do have the river in sight, by the way, for any time you need it.
Okay, Commander 514, roger, cleared the river visual runway 19 approach, going to watch Tower 19.1.
I cleared the river visual runway 19 approach and Washington Tower 119.1. USAir 514. Okay.
Not my problem, 91.
Yeah, right? Alright, so now we have to be the ones responsible for making sure we don't violate any of this prohibited airspace. Okay, so here's the National Mall. Observatory is somewhere like right up in here. I have a good handle on exactly where that is. The westbound and then the northwestbound bend. And it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of where that northwestbound, that's something over right in here. Like maybe this circle here. Or is that DuPont Circle, perhaps? I don't know. I don't have it exactly down. I know the geography here pretty well. You should drive motor coaches all around this city. But from this angle, it looks a little different. Anyway, we'll run it up a little bit further just to join from a more sensible altitude. We'll go ahead and get the throttles down. We'll get descending a little bit better. We'll go ahead and get the ice protection off. We'll leave the continuous ignition on since you would have that on for arrival anyway. We can go ahead and get the engine bleeds off, and now we're powering the packs on the APU power exclusively. We're 6 miles north and west of the airport. Alright, well, I'm also going to just drop us out of autopilot. Alright friends, it's time. Start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. July 29th is our next drawing for that. We got our bugs reset. Okay, coming up on 9, we want to be about 3,000. So, yeah, we can still got a little bit of altitude to lose. I don't want to plummet, though. We got to get the speed down, too. And then as soon as we're turned inbound. I'm actually going to go ahead and use a little speed brake here. Don't normally do that, but in this situation I feel like I need to. Washington Tower, USAir 5514, right up near Derrick, joining River for runway 19er approach.
USAir 5514, Washington Tower, the wind 1906, runway 19, clear to land.
Clear to land 19er, USAir 5514, thanks. Alright, so we're going to slow down. We're going to make sure we get west of the river by the time we get to the Georgetown Reservoir. That should keep us away from the P-56 Bravo. We're inside of 9 miles, so we want to be below 3,000. I think by the reservoir, we're supposed to be at 1,500, aren't we?
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Yeah, by the reservoir, we want to be about 1,500. And then the Key Bridge, which is the bridge after the reservoir, we want to be down at about 900. Okay, we're doing good. 1,900. There's the Georgetown Reservoir, so we should be at 15. First of the bridges should be about 9. We got first notch of flaps in. We're going to go second notch of flaps. The Kennedy Center right there, Watergate Hotel just north of it. Okay, we should be at 900. We're a little high. Speed's good. I don't want to get the speed too much lower here. Speed's good, but we got to get some altitude off.
1,000.
Okay. Lincoln Memorial. Jefferson Memorial.
Cabin is secure.
Okay, landing flaps set and checked. Gears down in green. We do have our landing clearance. About 400 feet over the last bridge, and I think we're doing good. Gravelly Point, great viewing spot for, well, we're a little low. I mean, we're a little slow, rather. We're a little high, but we're a little bit slow. Both of those things can cancel each other out if we do that. Overshot slightly, we're a little bit high. We're still good, though.
$50, $40, $30.
Remember not to overflare.
$20, $10.
Ground idle. Brake pressure.
Pretty happy with those landings tonight, both of them.
80 knots. 60 knots.
Okay. We weren't
5514, welcome to Washington, right turn when able.
Right when able, we used our 5514. We weren't explicitly told we could use 4 as a turnoff, so we didn't. probably could have, but weren't explicitly told so. Okay, flaps
USAir
gonna be
5514, right turn Juliet, say parking.
right Juliet, and we're going to the north side of the Bravo up here. Yeah, USAir 5514.
5514, cross runway 22 at Juliet, Kilo 5, Kilo to the ramp.
I crossed 22 at Juliet, then Kilo 5, Kilo, USAir 5514, thanks. Alright, fortunately I don't have to look at the map, I know where all that is. Got the flight directors off, continuous ignition off, strobes, landing light off, turn off light off, taxi light on, weather radar off. TA and RA off. Alright, so the first left will be Kilo 5, and then we'll join Kilo, and then it'll be pretty much an immediate left after that to the north side of the Bravo pier here. Okay, let's make sure I got all the taxi and stuff. Speed brake, oh, it's TMS. I always forget that. Normally should do that on short final, but I cheat and leave it on because my throttles aren't really symmetrical. So I use it to help me keep symmetrical thrust on the arrival, but in the real aircraft you would shut that off on short final. Okay, so there's the Banjo terminal. And this is, I think, all the, like, the United gates, the beginning of the Bravo gate. So I think this is our first pier here, and we're going to turn in north of that. Hopefully I have that right. So, yeah, speed brake, flight directors, TMS power, landing lights. I got the taxi light on, yep. Turn off lights, continuous ignition. I think I did those. Yeah, those I got off. Weather radar, and then I think I did the TARA as well. Yeah. Okay. Taxi and stuff's done. And then any of these gates here. North side of the Bravo pier. We'll just take this first one in from the top side here. I'm not certain that the pavement markings line up the way they're supposed to, but we'll go ahead and do that. So taxi lights off. Braked a little early. Alright, parking brake is on. Get the master warning knob out. Oxygen system is off. Let's come up top and do the engine gens off. Pack number 2 off. Throttles to cut off. Make sure that all 4 went And they did. Seatbelt signs. Get pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats. Ice detection and beacon lights. Alright. Let's let you all out. Chocks, ground power, and deboarding. Alright, meanwhile, we've got a few more things we can do here. Galley can come off. Pack 1 can come off. External AC. Oh, did I think I didn't. Yeah, I did connect the GPU. Good. So external AC can come on. APU gen can come off. APU air can come off. APU can come off. Final fuel pump can come off. Up top, you know, like I said, these hydraulic pumps, they stopped running when the engine stopped running, but look how we still have hydraulic pressure in the system. That's the AC and PTU pumps doing their job. Turn those off, and hydraulic pressure is now gone because the pumps failed. They didn't fail, they stopped. But if they had failed, this is what it would look like. These AC and PTU pumps would keep the pressure in. Now that those are off, now we have no hydraulic pressure. Down the bottom, go ahead and set our squawk of 2000 and bang her in standby mode. Alright, now with the revised ETA, let us see. Ooh, that cough came up on me all of a sudden. Woke up my watchdog too. Holy cow. Alright, so we had expected to be down at 1104. We pretty much nailed that. And we expected to have 5,700 pounds left. Let's see how we did there. Pretty much nailed that too. Alright, so flight timing and fuel worked out perfectly. 57.78, okay. And then how did you guys do with the predictions? Well, let's take a peek and see what Touchdown FX had to say about it. We got scored in 89 out of 100. 101 feet per minute was the recorded rate. Pitch was too high. I was trying very hard not to overflare, and then I think I did anyway. And then we landed a little bit long, too. Those two things are related. I overflared it, so we floated more than we should have. Touchdown zone was not scored too well. I was a little bit high over the threshold as well. You like to be 400 over that last bridge, the Roosevelt Bridge, and I think I was carrying about 650, so a couple extra 100 feet there. We were high on the PAPI lights. I knew we had plenty of runway, so I didn't worry about it. But yeah, you can see we overshot the turn slightly, so we were coming back to center line. You can see it's showing that we're well off there, but we did get that back in. And then once we got it dialed in, we were more or less on center line. I felt good about that. And then, yeah, what were we over the threshold? 63, that's not bad. And then I just overflared it slightly. You can see we leveled out and then kind of came down. So.
The wind at
anyway, we'll take it. We'll take it.
19,
and then the center line adherence once we got down was pretty good. So overall, I was very, very pleased with that. And I hope that you all were as well. 101 was the number that registered. Let's see how you guys did with your predictions. We didn't have too many predictions. We had 143 and 150. Yeah, Wendell Sanders. First of all, you want a spanking for the amazing landing. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but if you're lucky, you have someone in your life who would administer one on my behalf for you. And Jaeger scale, yeah, 2 out of 2 on the Jaeger scale, absolutely. Now this little app is called Touchdown FX, touchdownfx.com. It works only for Flight Sim 2024, but it's really, really good at analyzing landings from a multitude of different factors, as you just saw. You know, I think as sim pilots we get focused on that FPM when the wheels touch. And I think that lulls us into doing things that we shouldn't in terms of really what's a safe and per spec landing. Iowa Scotsman's going to pick up the win here. But I think you're correct in terms of the Jaeger scale. Most of you are familiar with the Jaeger scale. Jaeger scale landings are scored on a 0, 1, or 2 out of 2. If you can use the if you walk away from the landing, it's a 1. If you can reuse the airplane again afterward, it's a 2. I like to say, Wendell, if you have to run away from the airplane, that is not ideal. And then secondly, of course, as sim pilots, we're spoiled. We always walk away, and we can always use the plane again, no matter what. So all of our landings are 2 out of 2 on the Jaeger scale. Iowa Scotsman gets the win here. Where were we? KDCA on 7-8. All right, so let's wrap up our turnaround checklist, and then I'll go ahead and into the shutdown checklist here. Actually, the turnaround checklist is done, but we're going to go ahead and shut the aircraft down. All right, well, thanks for riding along, friends. Appreciate having you. Appreciate all of our colleagues from the Washington ARTCC that provided ATC services. Always a pleasure to speak to all of you. Looking forward to speaking to you in person in a number of months at our ZDC Live event. So, that's firmly rooted on the calendar. And of course, you guys will know about that as well when it gets a little closer. Still a couple months away at this point. And then thanks to everybody from the Boston Virtual ARTCC, of course, for your service. We had that regional circuit, as they call it, going from Syracuse to Boston. So we went Syracuse to Boston, and then Boston to DCA. Great ATC service the entire trip. All right, let's go ahead and shut her down, friends. Let's go ahead and...
Yep, someone's approach Delta 378. Will be cleared for the removal void.
Let's go ahead and get the nav 1 off, or yeah, DME off, nav 1 off, nav 2 off. We go down to the center panel. We've got COM 1 off, COM 2 off, ADF 1 off, ADF 2 off, power on the left side off, power on the right side off. That's all done. Down the bottom, we can do yaw damper off, and then brakes are still cooling. You would ordinarily you'd let those cool a little bit more, but we can go ahead and shut those off. The brake temp monitor off as well, and of course then we're going to come up here and turn the brake fans off also. So brake fans off, yaw damper, and avionics masters off. That's 5 switches up there. We got the anti-skid system that can come off, and then the lift spoiler systems, yellow and green, that they can come off as well. Where else? We got logo lights, cabin emergency lights off, no smoking signs off. Then down here on the bottom side, we can go center tank transfer shut. Now this is going to be my first time working through this version of this portion of the checklist with the GPU, so I'm going to have to just double check that I got all the steps in here right now. Center tank transfer off, APU gen. Was already off. Did I already turn that off? Probably did. Yeah, APU gen turned off. So okay, so I don't need to do that in this checklist anymore. So I'm going to fix that. Sorry guys, I know it's so exciting when I do stuff off screen. But yeah, just for the first time, I'm working through this checklist with the ground power as part of that. And so just want to make sure all the lists are correct. So bus ties off, standby inverter and generator can come off. Nav lights can come off. That on the yoke. I'm gonna go ahead. Yep, so I gotta turn. Yeah, so I'm gonna add the. the step to turn the exterior AC off as well. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so once that's done, bus ties, standby inverter, standby generator, which we already did, nav lights, and then the battery switches, which are... Okay, there we go. Last but not least, ground power, cargo. Oh, we're technically not even done deboarding. That's okay. All right, well, we'll let that... I've now interrupted the deboarding process. I have no idea what that's going to do for our state saving after the night is done, but that's okay. I'll sort that out for the next one. I got a couple little control tweaks to make to the plane anyway. CB Flyer registered as a 101, landed long at the touchdown zone, but 101, and I was happy with the overall execution of the visual. Alright, friends, well, our normal show schedule, if you're new to the channel, normal show schedule Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That's 2300 Zulu time. And we are on our normal schedule this week, so next stream is Friday. Now, I will tell you, my wife and I have friends in town. Of course, I told you as we were coming down the coast, we live in coastal Maryland, and we do have friends in town this week that are on vacation, so we might end up making plans on Friday night. I don't know. I think we're going to try and do that with them tomorrow night. But if we end up making plans with them Friday night, then there won't be a live stream. If there is a live stream, I don't think there's a VAT USA Friday Night Ops event. Yeah. So it's just going to be free-for-all air traffic control on Friday the 10th, and we are due up to fly our Lear 35 from FlySimware, the Lear 35 Alpha from FlySimware. So that's the plane that we're going to fly. As far as where we're going to fly it, what I will do, is a hunt down on my.vatsim.net. We'll see if there's any out of the country events we can join on a Friday evening, and fingers crossed. If not, we'll come up with kind of a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot itinerary on Friday that will fly just where there is likely to be VATSIM air traffic control service, and we'll do it that way. So that'll be our plan, but again, stay tuned to the social media, in particular the Discord page, the Facebook page, and the X page. Those are the three places that I let you know. And if I end up with social plans Friday night, I will let you know as early as possible that there won't be a live stream. Other than that, if you don't hear from me, then, and I'll try to let you know either way, but if you don't hear from me, then assume that the stream is on, and we'll be back here Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time, in the cockpit of that Lear 35A from FlySimware. All right, in the meantime, we are going to find somebody to send over to a raid. What is Foxtrot up to? Well, hold on, what's Stu up to? Our friend Stu222, STW222, he's still controlling Indianapolis Center. So let us get a raid going over to him. Hold on, let's do one more. Let's check one more person here. I'll tell you what, I don't get a chance to raid Starflies much. Starflies has not been on a very, very consistent streaming schedule of late that I am aware of. However, Starflies is up doing some ultralight ops in a very islandy area. It looks like it might be like the San Juan Islands out in the Pacific Northwest. It's hard to tell. It might be Alaska. Yeah, it might be San Juan Islands. I'm not sure where. It just says ultralights and chill, and I can see that's what she's definitely up to right now in a very islandy area, but I'm not sure exactly where that is. Oh, it might be outside of the U.S. Now that she's zooming her map out, I can't quite tell. Alright, but anyway, very, very cool person. Don't get a chance to see her much, but we'll get that raid going. We'll send you over to Starflies. Do make sure that she knows that Slant Alpha sends his love. And then we will hope to see you back here Friday, and if not, then it'll be back on our normal schedule on Monday night. So either way, we'll see you soon. Have a great rest of your week. Hopefully catch up with us in that Lear on Friday. But between now and whenever it ends up being, be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures. And we'll talk to you again soon, friends. Good night. Take care.